The meeting will begin in 10, 9, 8.
Restaurant. That was it. They walked into a restaurant.
I don't know where a script went. No. But I just walked out with it. That's strange. I didn't go in there. I just went straight in here, but it's not in there either. That's weird. Okay, let's roll.
All right. The meeting will begin in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good evening. A special school board meeting for May 24th, 2016 is now in session. Pam, roll call, please.
Mr. Craig?
Present.
Mrs. Belford?
Present.
Mrs. Henderson?
Here.
Mrs. Nisi?
Here.
And Mr. Ziegler?
Present. Michelle Irwin, Director of Community Relations, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Irwin.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we move further, I would like to offer my fellow board members the opportunity to give any shout-outs to staff, students, or community members. Would any board members like to? Mr. Craig.
I'd just like to thank, without the ringing, last day of school. Thank you, everyone, for an awesome, awesome year. Short summer. Can't wait till August.
It'll be here before you know it. Mrs. Belford.
I would just like to give a quick shout out to Richard Smith, who has been with the Brevard Federation of Teachers for quite some time now, and will be retiring this year. So this is his last official school board meeting that he will be attending with us. I wanted to see if he wanted to take an opportunity to say a few words before he leaves us.
But of course, thank you, Missy. Thank you, board. You guys handle tough stuff, and you handle decisions that affect the most precious thing we have in this county, and we thank you for that. It's been my privilege and sometimes fun to interact with the board. I want to say goodbye to Dr. Blackburn. It's really a recent acquaintance, but a dear one already. I am going to watch carefully with a lot of trust and hope that what you guys will do will make things better for everybody. And because we need to remember, it needs to be better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Nisi.
I'd like to recognize all the outstanding graduations that we had. Although one of the things we do in Brevard is try to maintain some commonality among all of our high schools. One thing that we do I do believe we do great is that each of our high schools personalize the graduations a little bit so that each of them are very unique. And over 12 years, I've got to hear a lot of very unique and very personal graduation speeches. And every year, I'm always astounded by the quality, the unique experience that I hear. And there's not a year yet that I haven't either been moved to laughter at some times, to tears other times, and the speeches every year. I'm just always amazed at the quality graduates that cross the stage. So once again, I'd like to give a round of applause to all of our graduating seniors this year. I'd also like to recognize Delora Middle School. It was brought to my attention, and I was supposed to get an email, and I don't have the organization in front of me, but Delora Middle School competed against middle schools and high schools. Their yearbook staff did. And it's my understanding that their yearbook and team came out on top across Central Florida against all middle schools and high schools for the outstanding product and workmanship. And so I understand that there's going to be an article that's either coming out or will come out about their yearbook, and I just want to make sure that we give them a round of applause. I can't wait to read it and hear more about it, but they've worked really hard, and I know one of the mothers personally, and she told me all about it last week, so I told her I would especially give a shout out to Delora Middle School tonight.
Mrs. Henderson?
Yes, the graduations are always a great experience to shake thousands of hands of students, and that's why we're here, is to get them graduated so that they can move on. And so I think this past weekend, or since last Wednesday, that's a true representative of what we're here for. So congratulations to all the graduates. Also, I'd like to thank Loretta Goggin, who was on the Brevard County School Board, on the County Planning and Zoning Board for the last 10 years. She's not going to be on it anymore, but we always appreciate our volunteers who give selflessly of their time and effort to be on our committees for us. It's greatly appreciated, and I just wanted to give a shout out to her because she has been dedicated to helping our school district for a long time. Thank you, Loretta.
And I too want to comment briefly about the graduations. Each graduation is an awesome experience, and each one a bit unique. Although sometimes they're a bit challenging when you have large crowds, and I did notice a couple best practices. Specifically, Ms. Henderson, at Vieira High School, I'd like to give recognition to Principal Mike Alba there. He gave a little speech at the beginning about the fact that graduation is a ceremony. It's not the celebration. And for the dignity of each child crossing the stage, he requested that everybody keep the hollering and the horns and all that down. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, how's that going to work? It worked very well. It was a very well-run graduation, and everybody gave each student the dignity they deserved as they crossed the stage. So I was very impressed with how that ran.
And also the students who recognized our kids that have had challenges, physical challenges. I tell you, when you watch those students come across the stage, they're bringing up their wheelchairs and they're bringing them across the stage, and every student stands up and cheers and hoots and hollers, and the entire band. I mean, it brought tears to your eyes. It was so wonderful, and they did that on several occasions at several schools. And it's always just so great to see the compassion that our students have for each other.
You're right. My apologies. I probably should have brought some tissues for you, Mrs. Henderson. That was a great graduation. It was. Okay, that brings us to the adoption of the agenda. Dr. Blackburn.
Mr. Ziegler and members of the board, on tonight's agenda, we have administrative staff recommendations, 1 resolution, 1 presentation, 26 consent items, 6 action items, and 11 information items. You also have the yellow supplemental agenda, which are changes made to the agenda since being released to the public. There is a revision to item A5 on administrative staff recommendations, a presentation revision to item D7 on Brevard School Board's Health and Wellness Center, 2 consent revisions to items F10 on student expulsions and F18 on contractual service contract for employee dental insurance. 1 action addition. Item G38 on revisions to Board Policy 2260.01. 2 action revisions. Item G36 on revision to Board Policy 3122. And item G37 on revision to Board Policy 3362. Item H40 on Space Coast Transit Joint Use Agreement, May 1, 2016 through April 30, 2017, was recently added to information and has since been removed to consent due to time constraints, and 1 information deletion on item H43 on lease agreement with Melbourne Auditorium.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Chair.
Just a minute. Moved by Mrs. Belford, second by Mrs. Henderson. Any conversation?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you clarify the numbers? Because I'm way confused now. We have an adopted, we have the change sheet that doesn't match what is in front of us here. I just want to make sure I know which numbers I'm supposed to use.
I'm sorry. The
Okay.
item H40 was an information item on the Space Coast Transit, but it needed to be moved up to consent, and that happened at 5:15. So I'm sorry, but I did not have time to
Oh, that's
adjust
okay.
the
What
supplemental.
about G36, 37, 38? Those have all moved up one? So it's not we can't use
Yes.
our E-agenda.
No, the E-agenda is correct, right? Yes. The script is,
So this is wrong.
Yeah, the printed material is wrong.
Okay.
And all my stuff is wrong.
I just want to make sure. Thank you.
It'll be fine, we'll get through it. But that's a good point. Okay, so I have to change some of these as we go through. We'll work through it, not a problem. Any other conversation on the agenda?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So for our viewing audience and the audience members here who have a printed agenda, I think it would be helpful as we go through this, as we talk about agenda items, let's read off the title of the agenda item to help our audience. Can you talk into the...
I will make new printed ones as soon as we adopt the agenda. I'll go fix it, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Okay, anybody have anything else? It's a lot of agenda conversation. Yeah. All right, well, Pam, if you could post that, we will vote.
It's not posted.
Gotta love technology. Oh, there it is. Let's try it. I voted. Will the computer recognize my vote? John can't.
Okay, this is getting real old because our computer's not...
We're working on our technology. Shall we do a voice vote?
It's there.
Okay, there it is, passes 5-0. Okay, Dr. Blackburn, let's move on to administrative staff recommendations, please.
Under item A5, you have 2 administrative staff recommendations to consider.
Okay, what are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Craig in the game early tonight. I like that. Mrs. Belford moves, seconded by Mr. Craig. Any discussion? Not hearing any discussion. Let's vote. Passes 5-0. Dr. Blackburn.
Before we go further, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize one of the administrative staff members present this evening. Congratulations to Ms. Anna Diaz on her reclassification and transfer from the position of Area Coordinator to the position of Director of Professional Learning and Development, effective June 1, 2016.
That was a little delayed applause. I got a little worried for a little bit. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your support, and thank you for valuing the work that I do. And I just want to say, Alex Haley once said, anytime you see a turtle up on a fence post, you know it had help getting there. There is no way that a little girl that was born into third world conditions, to parents that never went to school, that arrived in this country at the age of 9 and English was her second language. Those are all the at-risk factors that we always say this child is at risk of not making it. So when you see this little turtle up on a fence post, you know that there were great teachers in my life, outstanding administrators in my life. I've had amazing mentors, and I would like to thank a couple of them that are here today. Dr. Mullins, you can't get away without me saying thank you. But, I think all the members of senior staff at some point or another have been amazing mentors to me. And today I have with me Lori Migliori, who is one of the South Area principals, and she is representing all of the principals that have sent me numerous emails to support me, along with the assistant principal. They're so excited about my new role. I am excited about working alongside the HR department and supporting the new structure that we're moving forward with, that I know we are going to do amazing things for children so that we can impact teachers and principals in a way that we are going to make a huge difference. And I cannot turn the mic over to Michelle without first thanking my family, who has always been there for me, and my 2 children who are watching on TV. I know I look very young, but one of them is a teacher for Brevard County Schools, and they're both products of Brevard County Schools, and the other one is in Orlando and soon to be a Mrs. She's getting married in September, so they help me stay balanced and they help me stay real. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Blackburn, please tell us about the resolution on tonight's agenda.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ziegler and members of the board. Item C6 is to adopt the resolution to implement the Magnet School Assistant Plan upon grant funding.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second?
Is there something I don't know about this one? Moved by Mrs. Belford, second by Mrs. Henderson. Please vote. You're right. Does anybody want to discuss it? I didn't think so. I don't think we've discussed a resolution in 8 years.
This is like the weirdest board meeting so far.
That's good.
You actually pulled one for discussion.
Did I? All right, passes 5-0. All right, that brings us to presentations. Dr. Blackburn, please tell us about tonight's presentation.
Item D7 is a presentation regarding the school board's Health and Wellness Center. Mark Langdorf, Director of Employee Benefits and Risk Management, will make the presentation. Mr. Langdorf.
Good afternoon, board members and Dr. Blackburn. Just need to open this up so we can take a look at it. I really wanted to start this evening by saying what we're going to talk to you about is actually associated with an information item this evening. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to start this real quick. Is this better if I lean down into the microphone? Great. I want to start off by saying this evening you'll have an agenda item that's under information asking us to move forward, asking for your vote to move forward with opening a health and wellness clinic for our employees. And I want to start by saying we started this process back in August, if you recall. And in August, we met with you to talk about some of the pressures the Health Insurance Trust Fund has been facing with regards to cost, what's happening with the Affordable Care Act, with additional fines and that sort of thing. One of those solutions that we looked for was employee health and wellness centers. I want to tell you at this point, I feel confident that I think we should move forward, but obviously this is something you have to decide and let us know whether we can move forward. Next board meeting, you will see a purchasing agenda indicating the name of the vendor that we have selected through an RFP process. That vendor is Marathon Health, and actually we have two representatives from Marathon Health, Jim Shea and Paul Montgomery. They came in from out of town in case you have any questions during this presentation or at any time they're available. And they told me that actually next meeting, the CEO of their organization is flying in if you have any questions with that as well. They're very anxious to become our vendor when it comes to that. Remember, we started this in August. I brought back and we had a board workshop on health clinics, and we said that we would do an RFP process. We have completed that process, and now we're at the point where we can report on that. What I'd like to do is turn some time over to Doug Lay. If you recall Doug, he's the one who presented the majority of what was discussed during that board workshop, and I'll let him take it from there, and I'll be back up to answer questions as we move along.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, board members. How are you this evening? As Mark had indicated, back in August of last year, we got together and we were talking about the trust fund and the variety of strategies that one could employ to try to keep that trust fund healthy in the future. And one of the things a lot of you had even heard of is a lot of organizations, public employers and private, in the state of Florida and throughout North America that have been opening their own on-site sponsored clinics. So at that point in time, when I was talking to you, we outlined a process. And we said we should probably look at, if we do a high-level study of the economics, does it make sense to spend the time diving a little bit deeper? And if that first pass in terms of the economics appears to suggest it makes sense, the next thing would be to spend some time assessing employees' perceptions of an on-site clinic, whether they'd have concerns about using one, whether they would like to use one, and things like that. And if the answer to those first two things was yes, we would then proceed with a formal RFP process that would make concrete a lot of the assumptions that were made concerning the potential benefits and costs associated with opening an on-site clinic. So as Mark indicated, you know, back in January, I was here to give you the results of the preliminary financial analysis that said this appears to be a reasonable, good idea. We had spent some time talking to people, and we had uncovered some concerns and things that we want, and we thoughtfully incorporated those things into the RFP to make sure that we were looking at how the vendor would address some of the things that your people might have been concerned about with respect to an on-site clinic. And on that date, you said, let's go ahead and do that. So we, in fact, did that. And the process we used to do that is we worked with purchasing to develop a request for proposal. And as I mentioned before, that did incorporate how are you going to address some of the concerns our staff has about this. For instance, how do you maintain privacy? Things like that. We also worked to set up a selection committee, which you could see was made up of several evaluators that makes up a wide representation of people here at the system. And throughout the process, we helped provide analysis and support so that the selection committee could reach an informed decision. We posted the RFP, and we got 9 responses. These are the organizations that responded. If you said, when we do these things before, is this typical? Yes, somebody of your size is going to get somewhere between 9 and 10 responses, so we consider this to be a very, very healthy response. What we did is we said we have 10 respondents, and we did a preliminary analysis of the responses, focusing more on the financial terms, which is always a little bit challenging because different firms that are in this business have different beliefs in terms of how a clinic should be staffed. There are choices to be made, there's different models, and those affect costs. So we did the analysis, we tried to bring things down to a common level playing field, and then there was a meeting held with the members of your selection committee, and they elected Care Here MTT Corporation, Marathon Health, and HealthStat as the finalists, and they were invited back to make presentations to the selection committee. Before we did that, we wanted to make sure that we were really dealing with a level playing field, so we provided a set of assumptions. So many hours that the clinic would be opened, how the clinic would be staffed, to make sure we had a level comparison with respect to the costs and the staffing. So we looked at what are your implementation costs, staffing, total administrative fees, anticipated costs for outside services. They have to send things out to like Quest or LabCorp, as well as any cost associated with supporting and integrating with your wellness programs. The finalist interviews were held on April 21st, and the firms were asked to come back with that consistent financial assumption, confirmation of their variable versus their fixed cost, and to base each clinic on the expectation that they would be open 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year. We also provided some questions, which they were asked to provide the answers to in advance, as well as the pricing for the modular clinics, because we went through a lot of discussion. Do we build, mortar, do we rent space? And it appeared that utilizing a modular unit gave the most flexibility. We asked all the finalists to address these questions, many of which tied back to the things in the focus group. How are you going to implement it? How do you manage it? What kind of patient loads do you expect? How much time are you going to spend with a patient? What do you recommend, given the type of business we're in, are the best hours of operation, staffing models, and the rest of them? After the presentations were made, and we spent a whole day doing that, we allowed each approximately 2 hours, the selection committee deliberated. And they were unanimous with respect to ranking Marathon #1. And that's good. They said it was a tough decision, that all of the finalists could do a good job, but they were unanimous in terms of selecting Marathon. And let me tell you kind of the reasons why they were doing that. First of all is their pricing approach. They believe in basing as much of the pricing on a fixed cost model as opposed to a variable cost model. And as you know, healthcare today, one of the problems, it's volume. The more clicks, the more I see, the more I get. Their model is definitely different than that. It was the quality of their presentation and the experience of the staff. I think they're serious about wanting to get this business and do it. Mr. Ford, who is their president, Gary Ford, attended the meeting in person, to lend his, commitment to the project. They have a demonstrated experience in working with other clinic operations for public entities throughout the state of Florida. And they have a very, very nice approach to working with. They want to work with and integrate. They view Cigna and a lot of the other vendors you have here as partners. But more importantly, they don't come into a community, because this was a concern that came out in the focus groups, if you'll recall. People were afraid, you're going to make me change my primary care physician. And Marathon is not about that. At the start of the presentation, Gary stood up in front of everybody and said, we aren't here to take patients away from people. We're here to work in partnership with the community, with this board, with the hospital, and with the providers in this community to make healthcare better. We aren't here to replace it. And that is very, very important because of the fears that a lot of your people brought up in the focus group sessions that we held earlier this year. And then finally, they were willing to put some of the dollars where their mouth is with respect to guaranteeing that they would achieve certain ROI levels and put a portion of their fees at risk for doing that. So the economic opportunity, we looked at what they did. We had done a very, very conservative analysis and said there's a significant financial opportunity here. As we got deeper into that, that opportunity expanded because we looked at other things. For example, the initial analysis did not include the potential of providing certain type of work-related injury and rehabilitation services. During the focus groups, we probed with people, would that be an issue? And that was not an issue. So where we got to is we expanded greatly the amount of services that the clinic can provide. And probably most importantly, and I'll get to this in a moment, when we start looking at the future, if you look at the history, healthcare costs over the last 5 years have gone up about 5% every year, all right? Which means, if you have a $60 million basis, it's pretty easy math to figure out you're going to have to spend more and more and more each year. And the more you have to spend means less resources diverted from students. So this gets back to keeping the healthcare fund healthy, all right? We wanted to make sure that we keep those trends low. So instead of experiencing year-over-year trends of 5, 6, 7%, that we can hopefully keep that closer to flat and more in line with the general cost growth in the economy. The other thing that is very, very important, and once again this is really what Marathon is all about, what they talk, and really a lot of on-site clinic firms, not to dismiss the other ones, they really talk about how can we work with people to improve their health long-term? How can we help them to make better choices? How can we help them operationalize and implement what the doctor's telling them when they provide a diagnosis? So this is kind of just a high-level ROI analysis, but what Marathon is expecting, and we took a look at their numbers and we believe that they are reasonable, is that the first year the clinic will show a positive return. In other words, what is going to happen is when you open a clinic, you spend a lot of money, and when Mark comes back in June with that, you're going to see you got to buy real estate, you got to buy modular units, so it costs money. What this is saying is some of the reductions that we're going to see in cost are going to pay for that additional investment, all right? It's not going to reduce your cost, but what it's saying there is that we should reap benefits from doing this in the first year so that the overall cost of doing this are covered. Then what we're hoping to do longer term, is some of the things Marathon will show and report on, and if you do get into this and engage them to do this, they would fully intend to come back to this body on an annual basis and report to you how they're doing, which we also believe is a part of the process. So these numbers all looked very, very favorable, all right? So based on what Marathon put together, our analysis of what they put together, we believe that an appropriately structured, managed, on-site clinic will produce, not only pay for itself, but produce longer-term benefits in terms of reducing the incidence of chronic disease as well as better managing it. The other thing that I had mentioned when we first talked about this, there is no doubt that we're going to experience in the next 5 years a shortage of primary care physicians. That's just, quite frankly, if you're going to medical school, it's a fact. Unfortunately or not, that's not where the money is. It's in cardiology, oncology, orthopedics, nephrology, things like that. So we're going to see a shortage in primary care physicians, and they're really on the front line fighting disease and helping people, and they're going to be stressed. So by getting into this business and opening this, you're going to be filling a care gap that is going to be growing probably for many, many communities throughout North America. As I mentioned before, some of the things that we felt very, very comfortable with Marathon was addressing employee concerns about confidentiality, how they'll handle that during publicizing it. Their desire to complement versus combat the current delivery system and fill the care gap. You might recall when I first talked to you back in August, I said, one of the challenges we have with healthcare delivery today is doctors only have time to tell you what's wrong with you. They don't have time to help you figure out what you need to do to address that problem. And an on-site clinic and Marathon's approach to things can help take care of that. So the key to controlling costs then is getting people to take action to either address or prevent chronic conditions from worsening. And that improved health and well-being and high quality, reduced and lower cost medical trend, it results in healthier people, which are more focused on the core mission, which is the children that you just graduated. Everyone benefits, the students, the board, the health fund, and the staff. And this is what this is from Cigna. I just put this in here, kind of busy, but the bottom line, this is what it says. When you compare what is going on with certain key chronic conditions within your population to other populations that are similar in demographics and age, you have more people that are trying to address this. That is why, as Mark said in the beginning, the ability to try to delay as long as possible the Cadillac tax, if it's not repealed, the desire to keep trends more in line with the growth in the tax base and everything else are very, very important. And this shows that there's a huge opportunity there because of the disease burden that you carry. So, next steps. We really think that this will allow Brevard Public Schools to take a different approach to addressing chronic conditions to the population and help employees and families lead healthier lives. They're going to provide a no-cost option For those employees that don't have a relationship with primary care or have an episodic thing and just want to see someone at no cost so that they get quality care, that a lot of times we find too often people don't have primary care doctors or they don't go when they should because they can't afford it. So, as I said before, everybody's going to win if we do this. In terms of the next steps, what's going to happen is BPS will begin promoting the clinic once you have all approved it, to deal with communications. The Office of District Communications will be involved with that. Marathon staff will start coming here to familiarize the staff and everybody with their operations. We're going to have posters on the school sites to begin promoting the benefit of this, addressing up front any of the concerns people might have, some in-service days, and open enrollment communications and flyers that'll be distributed through the biometric screenings and flu shots. The other thing I can tell you in terms of the experience, as you go through this process with staff and administration, there will be additions to the communication and implementation strategy. And to kind of give you some idea, this is what something might look like in a modular unit. And if you've all been to the doctor's office, you know, it pretty much looks just like a doctor's examining room. So I'd be happy to entertain any questions. Also, as Mark mentioned, if you'd have a specific question to ask of the people from Marathon, they're here obviously to show their commitment, but also if you had a specific question about them. So may I ask answer any questions you might have?
Mrs. Nisi, go ahead.
I have a couple questions for you.
Certainly.
In terms of the committee, when you were going through this, you were going through some of the criteria and the other places that went with Marathon. Did you actually call those other places and talk with them, those other entities in terms of references, talk with them about their experience with Marathon?
We personally have 2 clients that are with Marathon. Their experience has been very good. I don't know, Mark, if you'd gone to the reference checks.
I've certainly talked to every one of the finalists. I've visited a lot of their current clinics as well. They're all good. I'm not going to say that they're bad because they're all good. What stood out for me, because I sat on that committee, was this: Marathon's commitment to handle chronic conditions. And in fact, you know, going through the contract, which you will see in the next board meeting, the last 3 pages are how they're going to put their money where their mouth is. So I really think they have a strong commitment to address the problems we have with our chronic conditions. And getting people to get that treatment is a tremendous thing. And that's why I think they represented the best. And by the way, I did communicate with several districts, well, I should say 2. Escambia County and then St. Johns County use Marathon currently.
That's what I was going to ask. Who uses Marathon in Florida?
Those 2 clinics. They have some different cities within the state as well. I can provide you with a list of those. Those are the 2 that come to mind because they're school districts.
You said Escambia and St. John?
Escambia and St. Johns County.
Okay, you talked to school people. Did you talk to employees?
From those counties, I had not.
That's a good question. We can call board members in those counties and see what they
To answer that question, not directly with respect to this, but I am aware Charlotte County Schools has had an on-site clinic, and they periodically do employee surveys that look at how do you rank, you know, your benefits, and the on-site clinic is consistently rated one of the more valuable benefits. And if you talk to any organizations that do have them, most of them that have given a thoughtful, and you've taken a very thoughtful approach in doing this, have a high level of satisfaction and a high level of value with the on-site
I'm more interested in
clinics.
what the employees feel about Marathon. I have no doubt how they feel about the clinic. That's not my concern. I was wondering if we have an employee survey about their interaction with Marathon. Do you have from either of those counties or other entities that have used Marathon employee satisfaction?
Myself personally, I don't, but we can do is go back to Marathon staff and see if one of their clients here or in another state has something like that, and then
here he
staff can
comes
pass that
now.
along to you. Yep. This is Jeff Shea, by the way.
Great question. So we survey everyone that uses our on-site health centers in the 39 states where we operate. And our net promoter score is 97.3. But we're happy to share those surveys that come to mind in the state of Florida. The city of Fort Lauderdale City of Plantation, Lee County Electric, Carnival Cruise Line, Bay District Schools, and Mark indicated Escambia and St. John's as well, but we'd be happy to share those.
Specifically, I'd like the ones from Escambia and St. John, because I'm more interested in how school employees and,
Sure.
you know, specifically because it's a very different clientele than, say, a Carnival Cruise Line.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are there any
Mrs.
other questions?
Yeah, please, Mrs. Belford.
Thank you so much for giving us all of the information. I just wanted to clarify on a couple of things. You said no cost care for our employees. So that means that our employees can go to the clinic at absolutely no cost?
If Mark wants to address that.
Yes, the simple answer is yes. There is no additional deductible. The drugs or generics that are filled at that clinic are at no cost. There's no additional cost. They do pay their monthly premiums through payroll reductions, but outside of that, there is no additional deductible or cost for drugs that are issued out of the clinics.
And would that would also, I'm assuming, include family members that are on our health plan?
Yes.
At one point, we had talked about those employees who may not qualify for our health plan being able to take advantage, perhaps at a reduced cost, to participate in care at the clinics as well. Would that be an option? Is that figured into any of the information that we looked at?
The first thought is to establish the clinics for those who are currently under the health plan. We are going to consider that as those clinics are used and successful. The first thing we want to do is make sure that we're not over-exceeding our ability to handle the appointments. Once we have the fill and know where we are, and there may be a chance I come back to you at a later time because I'm anticipating excessive usage, not excessive, good usage that might require us to put in a fourth clinic, which has been the experience of most other districts. At that time, we might be able to have the capacity to add those others at that time.
We had also talked about the possibility of partnering with other organizations in the area, perhaps county or other large employers in the county. Would the direction that we are moving on this allow for that down the road? I understand we don't want to bite off more than we can chew initially, but are we leaving the door open for that possibility going forward?
Obviously, if any of those organizations are interested, we would be willing to talk to them. None of them have contacted me at this point. Certainly, if they like what we're doing and they would be interested, we would certainly add to it, and I'm sure Marathon has the capacity to expand that, to add additional clinic space or locations if those other locations would be interested in partnering with us.
And then I think my last question, looking at the ROI information, are we're anticipating building one, or I don't know if you call modular building, creating one clinic at a time over the 3-year period?
No. What we will be doing is opening our first clinic from June 14th, which is the next board meeting if you allow us to move forward. We should be able to open our clinic about 120 days after that. At each 4-month intervals after that, we will open our second, and then finally the third 4 months after that clinic opens. So that's how this model will work. We will have a total of 3 initially, and that's just how they'll be phased in, every 4 months from the start of the first. The picture that you see there is probably not the best picture. I should have said, Doug, push the next button. That's what we anticipate the clinic is going to look like. Well, maybe not, the Brevard School is so large, but I wanted to give you an example of what we anticipate the clinic will look like, and we wanted to build excitement. Something I think is also important to consider with Marathon, the numbers they gave us was based on an off-site clinic. And they're projecting if we have it on-site, our participation could be double, at least double, because it's on-site. There is that question of should we have built, rent space and that sort of stuff. When you do that, you will get a payback, and Marathon will say that that's the case. When you put it on-site, their model and what they've found in all of the states they've been with, when you have a modular unit on-site, your participation rate will be double, which means it'll help us control our chronic conditions at a much greater rate. And that's ultimately what we're looking at, to help our existing physician base treat chronic conditions, because those chronic conditions are what's driving our cost overall in the Health Insurance Trust Fund. I'll just give you another example because I talk too much. But the reality is, I was talking to a couple people that work in this building. And the reason why I think the clinic is such a great option is one of them told me, and they work here in this building, they indicated that they have to give plasma twice a week to put food on the table. I had another person tell me that because of their family expenses, they're putting off treating a chronic condition because their children need it more than they do. By opening a clinic, we will certainly be able to help both of those when they need medical attention, because instead of making a decision on finances, they'll be able to, if they're working in this building, obviously, they'll be able to walk across the parking lot and get care and get drugs that are generic-based out of that clinic. From my point of view, that's the win. If we can just help those who are making those financial decisions get the care they need, we're going to see some reductions in overall costs, because as we all know, if we don't treat our chronic conditions, they will cost us our lives in the future, but in addition to that, the medical cost associated with treating them when that condition is a heart attack, or if you're a diabetic who's not getting care and you need an amputation, or those other things, there's a financial cost to those as well. If we can resolve it by getting them the care they need earlier, we're going to save money. And it's going to be great for our employees. In addition to that, it's going to help keep people working here, because most people like the idea of having a clinic. And what a great recruitment tool when we're looking at having teachers get out of this area to be able to say, come to Brevard because we can provide a clinic to you at no cost.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Craig?
My question, I believe, is for, and I'm sorry, the gentleman from Marathon. What is?
Jeff Shea.
Jeff, thank you for being here. So if you could give us a executive level 3 main issues or main challenges to the startup, in your experience, to the startup of a clinic, the things that affect specifically the employer and or the employees, what would they be?
The first 2 are kind of, I would say, basic blocking and tackling, which is, or rate limiting factors. One would be the facility. So as Mark indicated, is it going to be in the existing building? Is it going to be modular? Is it going to be near site? So that's kind of number 1. Number 2 is we're recruiting specifically for you. So the first thing we do is a communications and cultural audit by department to understand what's the spirit of the leadership. How do employees feel about their health care today? What are some of the access issues? Where do they want to see health care go? And then that starts the recruitment engine. And so we're recruiting the top 3 to 5 world-class clinicians for each position, and then your team will interview them to make sure they're a perfect fit. Those 2 pieces kind of take 90 of the 120 days, or maybe 75 to 90, and then there's 6 to 8 weeks of training. So time can be a rate limiting factor. And I'd say maybe the third piece is what people think something is or it isn't. So as part of that communication process, you're sometimes taking the mountain to Moses, or you're bringing Moses to the mountain. And you do that by site, by department, by role. But the 90 to 120-day implementation process is why you need that kind of time for those 3 factors.
Okay, thanks. And I guess the last question, do you ever see, or is there ever an issue with perceived or real competition with the local economy, basically, local pharmacies, local providers? Is that ever come up as an issue?
It certainly comes up. I think once folks understand the true numbers and what the care is about. This is not a primary care replacement clinic. There are companies that compete against my firm that are primary care replacement. We are in this business to help the patient. And so if someone has a primary care physician today, but they want to work on their 5, 7 chronic conditions, we'll help augment that care or complement that care. But the reality is, and Doug and Mark showed some of the numbers, 40 to 50% of any given population do not have a primary care physician of record today. So they're using the urgent care or the ER for those services, and it's 3 to 7 minutes. They keep you in the waiting room for 3 hours, and they know nothing about you. And they don't know what's going on at home. Do you have a relationship with your spouse, your children? Are you taking care of a parent that is having difficulty? We want to slow the process down. We spend 20 to 45 minutes with the patient, and what we say we don't should on the patient. Medicine today shoulds on you. You should do this, you should do that, you should take your pill, you should lose weight. We meet the patient where they are to help them on their journey. Our belief is that if our clinicians are unbelievably satisfied and unbelievably thrilled to work for Marathon Health, what kind of care would they deliver to your greatest asset, which is your employees? And then what kind of care do they deliver then in the job that they do?
Thanks.
There's one thing that should be added to that. Every provider today, whether they're getting a payment from Florida Blue, Cigna, Humana, Aetna, or United Healthcare, are now being paid on the basis of care gap closure and performance. And one of the key things organizations like this do when they're outreaching to the local community is they say, your pay is contingent upon how good a job you do, and we can help you do a better job to close those care gaps so that you get the stars behind your name. And that is a real, I spent 8 years on the Quality Assurance Committee of the Board of a Health System, so I can tell you from the inside out, that is becoming increasingly important, and partners who will help, you will work with. Open arms.
One last thing I want to say as far as another thing that impressed me about them is they are a Six Sigma organization. So they're looking for ways to improve constantly. The reports show that they're putting up 10% of their fees on meeting those goals on reducing chronic condition. It's listed in the contract. You'll see that. To me, that was a tremendous thing. They're not looking to replace doctors. I do want to clarify something else. What I told you about those two employees, I asked them if I can share that with them. Other than that, I have no knowledge of a person's health insurance records, and I don't want knowledge of that. I just wanted to illustrate why I think it would be beneficial to our employees.
Mrs. Henderson.
So
I'm sorry, were you done? Okay, go ahead.
So how are we going to I mean, because when we talked about this a few years ago, there wasn't a lot of interest and there was a lot of scared people, if you recall. How are you going to get the person who is diabetic, who doesn't go to the doctor for that now? How do you think you're going to get them into the clinic now if they don't go to their own doctor now?
We currently have very good participation with our annual flu shots and biometric screens, actually. We would continue that with the clinic and encourage them to do that. If they have a tendency, and just to actually to give a plug for that this past year, during that process, we identified about 40 people that needed to go to an urgent care center immediately because their blood pressure was so high that they were a heart attack waiting to happen. So in my mind, those are the things that help a patient decide, can I put my trust in this physician? When you have no cost for care, it takes away the argument that I don't want to spend $30 on a treatment here. I don't want to go to the pharmacy because that's another $25 or $50 depending on what the drug is. You're taking away that cost prohibitive issue for most people. And I keep thinking about other things. I've had communications since I've been in this position with people who they're making decisions based on cost in medical care. We have certain positions, and I'll say some in our transportation staff, who are cutting pills in half because they can't afford their prescription drugs. This is a way for them to come and get care and have the time with the physician to work through all those other issues.
So basically, the biometrics portion that we do every year is sort of a linkage to this because we will capture those at risk.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so I have a sinus infection. Can I come here too? So it's for short-term, that I would normally go to the urgent care, or I could come here, and for some of the long-term issues. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Actually, that's part of what the plan is. How it pays for itself is it replaces that urgent care visit by you dialing up on your, well, not dialing up, looking on an app on your cell phone and setting an appointment based on your schedule. So for example, if there's an open slot at 9 o'clock, you know you need to be there at 5 minutes before because at 9 o'clock there's going to be a physician waiting to talk to you. Each one of our clinics will be staffed by a physician assistant, and a medical technician. And they will be ready, and you will have at least 20 minutes, but you will decide how much time you actually need with that physician. So you can say, I need 40 minutes, and that appointment will be set at 40 minutes for you.
The other thing that this says is that it's 40 hours, open 40 hours a week.
Yes.
And, you know, I guess hours-wise, some people would do the 7 o'clock, you know, on the way in. You know, I have a sinus infection, I can get in at 7 o'clock, da-da-da, or on the way home later. So to me, it's more of like a 7 to 6 or 6 to 6, which is actually more time than 40 hours a week.
Great point. So that's part of that cultural audit, because that may vary by school, by department. And so the recruiting doesn't start until we understand those kind of frequently asked questions. So you may, what you maybe start with what you don't want to have. What you don't want to have is people wondering when it's open on what day, right? So, you know, so if it's an early start one day, it's a late end another day. If you want to have Saturday mornings during sports physical time of the year, right? I mean, there are things like that you'll go through that will come out of that kind of communications and cultural audit, which will then determine the hours.
And if we needed to add more hours, that's more cost for the program?
It is, but you'll have by the hour, by the day, by the week appointment reports from us. So you'll see where you're getting the bang for the buck or where you need to adjust. And you'll know 30 to 45 days in advance of any staff member that you would then need to add at a particular site. Because what usually happens is after the first 6 to 9 months, you start to need more coaching visits because people want to work on the mental health type stuff. It's not merely the absence of disease or infirmity, right? It's the spiritual, social, and mental well-being of the individuals. But that comes out after, you so astutely said, those chronic condition, acute care type visits where people start to want to come back more for the 45-minute visits.
And when I go to my regular doctor, sometimes I don't want to see him because I can get in quicker with my nurse practitioner, which I love, because who's got all that time to wait around? So are there nurse practitioners a part of this that would have, if I have a sinus infection, we can tell if I have a sinus infection, that takes me 5 minutes, I'm in, I'm out, I don't need my 20 minutes with the doctor?
Yes, so there are mid-level practitioners, either in the state of Florida, you can have either a physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner. But more importantly, they have all of the longitudinal data. So any other healthcare visit that you've had, your family history, so it's not just about that sinus infection, there might be something else that's triggering it. While you have the annual sinus infection doesn't mean that you always need Singulair, right? There might be something else going on. So it's a bigger longitudinal picture, potentially.
And I guess that depends on how many times you go to that. Because I would go to my regular doctor, my primary care for some of my care, right? So you're not going to have all of mine. You're going to have
we will have those visits from the primary care.
Oh, you are going to have those visits.
So
Okay.
what you don't have today at your primary care visit is if you've been to the doctor 10 times, 2 in Texas, a couple in Florida, your physician today doesn't have any of that data, right? We will have the complete picture of every patient.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I got a few comments. There was a good question, Mrs. Henderson, about diabetics, and I don't think it was completely answered. And let me clarify, maybe there wasn't the answer I'm looking for. It was my understanding that diabetics will be able to get their supplies at the clinic. Is that correct?
We had initially looked at supplies, but we haven't fully worked all of those out at this point. What they're going to be providing initially is generic drugs that are going to be performed there. Some things might need to go through the health plan for that, but we haven't fully worked out that issue at this point.
Okay, but assisting our diabetic patients will be something that will be
Absolutely.
done at some point.
All of those chronic conditions, including diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity, all of those will be addressed as part of the chronic condition reduction plan that Marathon has proposed for us.
Okay. Also, you referred to delaying the Affordable Care Act Cadillac tax if we can keep our insurance costs low enough. Can you share with us how much we expect that first hit of tax to be, and how far off we think this might help us stay that payment?
Well, there's a couple things. Back in August, I think I indicated to you that we need to restructure our rates. If we can restructure our rates, we can delay it until about 2 years. But how the Cadillac tax works is, for every dollar you spend over $10,200 the first year, you're taxed at 40% on that dollar. We will be there next year. So you start to consider where those taxes are. If we don't restructure, we're going to have taxes. The Obama administration delayed that for 2 years. But without that, that's where we would be in 2020, basically, if we don't do anything at all. And it'll be worse by then because those taxes will come to place full value in 2020.
And if I'm correct, at the current pace we're at, you were predicting over $2 million a year in penalty tax?
That would be 1 year.
1 year. That's
the year after
unbelievable.
that, you're looking at a $4 million tax. The
That's
year after
unbelievable.
that, it goes to 6, and it gets progressively worse. Every health plan in the United States is subject to this once they reach payouts of $10,200 for every individual health plan, or for a family at $27,500 a year. So and what's predicted by the health insurance industry, and Doug could probably correct me on this better than I can talk about, they're projecting that about 95% of all health plans will be paying Cadillac taxes within about 10 years.
The issue is healthcare is mostly delivered through private insurance, which is exempt from taxation, all right? So if you have a huge part of gross domestic product that's exempt from taxation, that's what they're really, most people that get into tax policy are saying they're really trying to cap out the limitation on this free transfer of money that's not taxable. That's really what it's all about. And it's anybody's guess where it'll end up, but that's really what this is probably about.
The benefit, I'll say this one last thing. Well, I keep saying that. I can't say it's the last thing. The benefit of having Marathon Health is they have a set fee. The first year, they're saying the cost will be $2.6 million. I build in a little cushion because we have to install the clinics, and there might be some cost overruns, so that's why you'll see on the agenda, I'm asking for about 3.2. I'm hoping I don't come anywhere close to that, but that's where it'll be. Every year after, it's a flat fee. Some of the other providers that we looked at, they have a fee, but then they pass along drug costs to you on top of that. So what they told me, and he's right here and he can either say yes or no, I'm going to receive one invoice a month from them, whereas some of the others I'll receive one invoice plus 300 other invoices for drugs and other things that are charged in addition to that. So in my mind, when you have a fixed fee for medical care, you can actually control your costs better, and that's one of the reasons why I believe this is a good move for us to hold the prices steady, approaching the Affordable Care Act fees.
Okay. I like, just to clarify for everybody, it was said though, but I like that time certain appointments. I myself, not that I go to the doctor very often, but when I do and I have an appointment and I've got to wait a half hour or an hour, and I'm sure nobody here has ever experienced that, right? To think you could go in and get an appointment at a specific time and get out and get back to work, I think that's great. Mrs. Belford asked a great question about non-benefit eligible employees having access, maybe even for a small fee. I know some districts do that at no charge, but I'd like the board to consider that moving forward. But what about, there's another category, what about benefit eligible employees who don't opt for the health care plan? In the past, just to refresh, I know Mrs. Nisi and Ms. Henderson know this, but in the past, we used to actually give, I think, a a subsidy to our employees that didn't opt into the plan. And that was in lieu of us paying that monthly fee into our insurance trust fund. So by them not opting into our plan, we're saving a lot of money on their behalf. Is it possible that for just the employee who would normally have the insurance, have access to the centers at the same type of access that a benefit, an employee on benefits would have access?
Certainly, we have talked about that. I think Jeff has some experience with clients who do that as well.
So how this is perceived is a big piece of it. So if part of your culture as the employer is more inclusive, to include those that were benefit eligible that didn't take your benefits, and that would help gain participation among those that have taken your benefits, it would be a good thing to offer it. What you don't want to do is put the wrong leverage on the wrong end of the fulcrum.
Sure.
Right, where the people that don't have health insurance are using it more than those that you're paying for it. So you want to balance it. What we do is we guarantee the fee for up to 110% of the eligible population that you give us. And so you could then open it up to the folks that truly need an urgent or emergent issue, can't get into an urgent care, can't get into a PCP, and then you want us to take them in. But that would be more a discussion on kind of culture and communication from your standpoint.
Okay, thank you. I'm pretty sure this board wants to do as much as we can for our employees, so we'll have those conversations as we move forward. And unless anybody has anything else on this topic, that's all I have. Thank you very much. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, they didn't. That wasn't in the script, so I didn't. Okay, we are now at public comments. The maximum allotted time for each speaker is 3 minutes. Clarification of information presented and answers to questions specific to district business and educational matters will be posted on the school board's website under a section called For the Record. Please be reminded that profane, abusive, or slanderous speech is not permitted. To clarify, we consider this boardroom an extension of the school environment, and therefore, if it's not appropriate conversation in a school, we don't consider it appropriate conversation here. Because of one of our agenda items, we know that a lot of you are here to speak to that, and I want to clarify a few things for tonight's meeting. First of all, the agenda item is not to vote on a policy change. It is to vote on having a hearing in July. So we are not approving a policy tonight, just so there's no confusion. When we go to vote, we are not approving a policy tonight. We're approving a hearing. So based on the fact that people are here to speak to that item, we are going to take 10 speakers at the beginning of the meeting, as we typically do. Then we will have speakers speaking to those agenda items before, and I believe it's G37, 38 and 39. We will then have an hour's worth of public speaking on those topics. Hopefully we get everybody in. If everybody's short and sweet and to the point and not terribly redundant, I think we could probably get most everybody in. If not, that will be the end of public speaking. Also, I want to clarify, because there's a lot of confusion out there on this policy. This is a non-discrimination policy. This is not a policy about procedures. This is not a policy about bathrooms or locker rooms or any of that nature. We're not having conversation on that topic. We're not having conversation on the federal mandate that's down. We have no comment on that. We have no problems in our environment and have no intention of changing anything in our environment at this time. Dr. Blackburn, can you confirm where we are on any of that if we are?
Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely correct. There is no intent by this staff or myself to discuss the federal letter that we received, or bathrooms, locker rooms, overnight field trips. This is about a request to have a public hearing around our non-discrimination language.
Thank you. So just wanted to make that clear. That is not, so we're not going to listen to conversation on bathrooms tonight, because that's not what this is about. And I want everybody to have clarity on that. So we will go ahead. The other thing is, because we're speaking to an agenda item, the people get to speak before the agenda item. I'm going to allow people to speak. I'm going to allow to bubble up anything that is just a general conversation and not about this topic. So I am going to start with our first speaker is going to be Michael Leonard, followed by Vanessa Skipper, followed by Dean Patarakis. So if Michael Leonard would like to come up and speak.
Hi there, good evening. Is this working? Hi, good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. My name is Mike Leonard, and I'm here to request that the school board please reconsider establishing corridor busing for the schools of choice. I'm the parent of 2 sons at West Shore Junior Senior High School, and we've been paying for private transportation for the last 3 years, and now School Wheels Direct is abandoning us. Or I should say they're pulling out. And once again, we're scrambling on how to figure out how to get our kids to school. Frankly, I feel abandoned by the board. I get that attendance at the schools of choice is voluntary, and that it's viewed as being equivalent to being out of area, but I don't quite agree with that agreement. We're not talking about 1 or 2 families bringing children to school. We're talking about an entire school of people who are dealing with car loops, dealing with carpooling, having to take time off from work to rearrange their schedules to get their children to school, okay? So it's not quite the same. I put up with it because my children love the school and they're thriving there. And why shouldn't they? We're talking about nationally recognized schools like Edgewood, West Shore, Freedom 7, and so forth. And they're thriving there. These are nationally recognized schools that help to hold the standards of education in this county. And they add to the prestige of this county. And the parents have to scramble to get their kids to them. I'd like to point out that the lack of transportation definitely influences applications to the schools. Students of all economic status deserve access to these schools. And qualified, deserving students shouldn't be discouraged to apply to these schools because transportation is not available. From an economic perspective, a portion of tax revenue collected is allocated for transportation, yet these schools don't benefit from that. I don't think that's reasonable. We've actually been saving the school system money, because if our students had been attending the local schools, chances are you'd have to add buses to bring them there instead. So instead, we're compensating by paying out of our pockets to bring our children to school. I think from a tax revenue perspective, it is fair and reasonable to expect the board to provide corridor busing. I mean, remember, I'm not talking about door-to-door service. I'm talking about the schools having maybe 2, 3 buses taking the children to various general pickup locations. It's not door-to-door service. It's also my opinion, because of revenue considerations, that if the school board doesn't wish to reinstate corridor busing, I think it's reasonable for the schools of choice to be given the equivalent funds that are being spent on other schools providing transportation, to be given back to those schools that they can use for maybe special transportation needs. Sometimes the schools have events where they have to take the children either like to science fair, or for instance, we had to transport our children for orchestra.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay. So,
and we are aware and having conversation. Thank you.
I appreciate the, your consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vanessa Skipper.
I'm Vanessa Skipper.
Please speak into the microphone.
I'm Vanessa Skipper.
Thank you.
And between the last time I talked to you and the now, my newest role is Second Vice President of the Brevard Federation of Teachers.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to start my new role, although I am non-released because I did not want to leave my classroom. I feel that it's important for there to be a classroom perspective coming out of that office, and frankly, I'm not ready to leave my babies yet. I completed my first decade as a teacher today for Brevard Public Schools. I completed it by speaking to the newest group of Student Government Association officers at Cocoa High School and welcoming them to their role of leadership. And I opened with the difference between 211 degrees and 212 degrees. Does anybody know what that difference is? At 211 degrees, water is hot, very hot. At 212 degrees, water boils. So I asked them what their extra degree was going to be for Cocoa High School. And I'm here today kind of giving what my extra degree is for my profession and my classroom and my students, and that is to educate, advocate, and agitate. You might have read the newspaper story lately, maybe saw a video about technology in the classroom. So I walked in Monday morning. There was no AC. Not gonna lie, it was hot at Cocoa High School. I'm sweating, right? I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this, we'll get through it. Maybe it'll be on in half an hour, hour or so. Complete exam period without AC. Turned on my computer, I'm gonna make the best of it. My kids are coming in, they're going to take their exam. Edline's not working, true story. Okay, so I'm sweating. I can't put my grades in. I'm breathing, I'm calming down, you know, I can do this. So, of course, my colleagues are complaining, and I thought today, because I heard from a couple other schools that they were experiencing issues too. I put an all call out at 3:45, and these are the list of schools from 3:45 until I got up here today that are experiencing AC issues, Edline issues, or Enrich issues, which is the program where our ESC teachers put IEP information in. Cocoa High, Lockmar, Delora, Enterprise, Saturn, Astronaut, Satellite, Madison, Oak Park, Merritt Island, Kennedy, Gulfview, Madison, Oak, did I already say Oak Park? Tropical and Imperial. And that's just on a private Facebook page that has like 200 members on it. So in 3 hours, that's how many schools reported back. I think the biggest issue here is I've had teachers who said from elementary schools, they went home, teacher from, let's say the elementary schools, went home and worked on Enrich at home on their own Wi-Fi, right? And it worked just fine there. And teachers have trouble believing that it's a server problem with Edline or Enrich when we can go home to our own provider, boot up our own computers, and get on. It's fine. The problem the teacher said that she had about working on her IEPs at home over the weekend, besides that most obvious problem of working on an IEP over the weekend at home, was that she felt uncomfortable with the fact that she was working on something that's so tied to her certificate, that's so tied to her job and to a child on her personal home computer off work time. It's an issue. So not only am I advocating and I'm being that extra degree, it goes back to my speech before. We need to lead this county. We don't need to have technology issues. We don't need to have bandwidth issues. We don't need to have issues with these programs. I don't know how much it costs to fund Edline every year. I don't know how much it costs to fund Enrich every year. But if we're funding these programs, they should work, and they should work between school hours when teachers are supposed to be doing their jobs.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the timer is not
Thank
right,
you.
but the time is up. Next up is Dean Padarakis. Followed by John Pilley, and then Richard Charbonneau.
Good afternoon. My name is Dean Padarakis. As you may know, I'm running for the School Board District 4. The first thing I would do when I get elected this time is I would not have an hour spent on something that should be done during the day. I think it was very rude to hold all of us at hostage for an hour that had nothing to do with our students. That is all business. That should have been done on your time, not our time. Second thing, as you know, I haven't come here, this is about 3 years, but the last time I was here, I was talking about the $8 million and why you were giving away a no-bid contract for $8 million. Here we are 3 years later, we still don't have a working program, but we closed 3 schools to save $3 million. You do the math. Another thing that I spoke about was even before that, 5 years ago, the $3.1 million that was misspent, and we continue to have this each year. And I guess in 2 years, we'll have another fiasco. But the reason why I'm here now is that we're not putting children's safety first. When you say what we need to use language that is appropriate and what we do in our schools should be what we have here. Would it be okay now if I showed a picture of my penis to you guys? Because that's what happened.
Let's keep it civil, please.
Hold on a second. We have a teacher who put his phone onto the big screen and showed what the students say was his erect penis. I asked Desmond, I'm sorry, Dr. Blackburn.
That's enough, Dean.
No, it is.
That's enough.
What is enough?
It's not appropriate.
Let's stop my time. Let's stop my time.
No, sorry, it's not appropriate.
What, are you kidding me?
Yes.
You're gonna allow a teacher to continue to keep working. I have a right. I have free speech. I have not done it.
Everybody calm down. I asked you to be. No, I asked you to be civil, Dean. Enough from the. If the crowd doesn't calm down, the room will be cleared.
Let me speak.
If the room.
Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak.
If the room doesn't quiet down. Because I asked him to be civil. I asked him. I let him go once. We'll take a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess. I think it was a fair request to ask them to be civil. You may agree with the conversation, but we will not allow slanderous, abusive, or profane speech in the meeting. And that's a personal opinion. We can clear the room right now. We can clear the room right now. Do you all want to continue, or do you want to, we can continue our business meeting. Oh, it's public. You don't have to be in attendance. But if you want to continue. If you want to continue, then we will continue. The next speaker is John Pilley. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I was in a wreck on the roundabout today. I was already a little bit nervous and shaken today, and now I'm even more so. What a coincidence. One of the speakers just before me spoke about corridor busing, and I was going to speak. That was the first thing on my notes. My children go to Edgewood, and they could have used corridor busing when it was eliminated due to the budget shortfall. They drive now, so it's not an issue for me. But I was going to mention that I know of personally several folks who did not even apply to go to Edgewood who would have loved to have gone to it. They went to Stevenson before Edgewood and would have loved to, but they had children in elementary, kindergarten, and they were going into middle school, and they just couldn't do the transportation. I think we're doing a disservice not allowing everyone an opportunity, especially single moms or people with lesser means. So that was my first item on my list. The second thing was I wanted to thank the board. And you know, in the past, I've had less than thankful things to say to you. But I wanted to thank you for hiring Dr. Blackburn. Profiles in courage means taking action to right wrongs, even when it's politically risky. And I think he has shown the disposition that we can be proud of. And I want to thank you for hiring him. And then the third thing I wanted to talk about was the environment at schools. Schools should not be a hostile environment. And the tenor of comments that I heard several months ago displayed a level of shameful hostility not seen in decades. I'm not sure what's happened to our political discourse, but future generations will look upon those people the way we look at George Wallace blocking the doors at the University of Alabama in the early 60s, or Bull Connor turning fire hoses and sending police dogs after blacks marching in Birmingham, including women and children. Our brothers and sisters are not asking for special treatment. They are only asking to be treated with the same dignity we would demand for ourselves. How much longer should we wait? In a speech in Montgomery in 1965, Martin Luther King said, "How long? Not long.
Thank you,
because
John.
the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice."
Thank you.
Reach up and grab it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Richard Charbonneau. No, he's here. Speaking on the budget. Followed by Tammy Simpson and Jarita Vargas.
Good evening, Board. Richard Charbonneau, Satellite Beach. Regarding Dean Paterakis, I agree with his message, but I surely don't agree with his presentation, and I'm sorry that happened. I kind of sat down and I did some notes here, and I call it Comedy Central at BPS. And on about July 18, Amy Nisi told me that Harris from Canada took over EDR and that they will have the program up and running in 2 weeks. This was in July. And she said, "I promise that I will make you eat your words." Well, we're a bit past 2 weeks, more like 40 weeks, and we still have nothing. I've been traveling with a white linen plate and fork ready to eat those words. Haven't ate them yet. Last board meeting, John Craig was eloquent beyond belief. He was so eloquent, he actually made me jealous that I could speak that eloquently. And he said, "As is with no legal department, there's no way I can support this organizational chart." And I agreed with him. Then 30 seconds later, he votes against himself. And that's, to me, is a non sequitur of non sequiturs. 10 years ago, we had a 3-2 vote, doing in run around the voters and doing a $700 million COPS loan bond, or whatever we want to call it here. The payment is around $39 million a year. We've been paying the $39 million a year for 10 years. We'll continue to pay it for about 15 more years, and still the principal will not be paid off. The cost over the 25-year period will be, as verified by 3 CPAs actually working for the county, in the range of $1.5 billion. $1 billion is 1,000 million, by the way. John Craig was not here. Misty Belford was not here. Andy Ziegler was not here. And Karen Henderson was not here for this. This $39 million a year is crippling the BPS budget and may outlast many of the board members. Oops. It makes all the other boondoggles seem pale in comparison. The remaining member of the BPS boondoggle still sits here. Please stand up and take a bow. Last meeting, Chairman Ziegler mentions the $8 million computer program and says, boy, we stubbed our toe on that one, and he chuckles, ha ha. He's the architect of the boondoggle, and he says, ha ha. Comedy Central. Then last meeting, Dane Theodore tries to jam down our throats some construction manager that works for $3,800 a week and says this is typical. Amy, to her credit, says no, and an argument ensues. I've personally been hired, and I've personally hired a 1099 employee reporting to the client for $1,000 a week. Checking with two of the most reputable contractors in Brevard, they agree that $1,000 a week as a 1099 employee, that they themselves would do it for the price. And to wind this all up, Heritage High School was built for, my calculations, $254 a foot. And those same two contractors and two more that I contracted claim that it could be done for under $200. If it wasn't such personal money for the taxpayers,
Thank
it
you,
would be
Mr.
funded.
Charbonneau. Your time is up.
Stop the insanity.
Next up is Tammy Simpson, followed by Jarita Vargas.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm sure you're all aware of the issues that have been exploded on social media about Central Middle School. Sorry. The issue of bullying in Central Middle School. My daughter was attacked. The parents of this person that attacked my child went on social media and claimed their child is the victim. If you can see the video, you see the person running after my child and attacked her from behind. I went to the school. I emailed the school in the beginning of March. Nothing was done. The girl was suspended the week before for breaking a stay-away contract. My child is still being bullied by this whole issue. Something needs to be done. Nobody addressed the issue. I emailed the principal, I talked to the dean, I was there almost every single day. And nothing was done. What got done was this girl, after a verbal confrontation, went with another student, ran through the crowd and attacked my child. But she's the victim, but being portrayed as the bully. I got confirmation from the school that they now have investigated it, and based on the Johnson law and based on your policy, she was bullied. When is something going to be done? My child was put on WFTV Channel 9 News. Didn't show the whole video. And they claimed that person was the victim. That person attacked my child. And nobody did anything. The only person who has helped me since was Ms. Diaz after this happened. Somebody needs to figure out what's going on at that school, because it can't continue. She gets harassed by a teacher. I filed a complaint about that. Nobody does it. She got called white trash. After this, she got put back into school because she's still in school, because she was not the perpetrator of this. Is anybody going to do anything? The school says there's no issue. The board says there's no issue. Now, I have not commented on social media because I really don't want my child out there, but at this point, I found that the only reason I can do is come here because it needs to be addressed. Channel 9 News, did they call us? No. Did anybody defend my child after this happened and said she was not the bully? No.
Thank you. I'm glad that you mentioned Mrs. Diaz. I was going to suggest you speak to her because I know she's familiar with this.
Ms. Diaz is the only one that helped us.
And Jarita?
I'm actually with her. My daughter's also in the video. My daughter's one of the students that grabbed her daughter off.
No, not my daughter.
Well,
my daughter.
Yeah, she grabbed, the person that attacked her daughter, my daughter got in there with the teacher as well. Of course, there's an edited video on Channel 99, on Channel 9 News, where it doesn't show that. There's a whole long story to this of emails of us going to the school addressing this. All my child did was defend her friend. Yeah, it was wrong. She should have never put her hands on someone, but this is a 14-year-old that's been watching for 2 months her friend get bullied and the school not doing anything. I called Miss Diaz. And Miss Diaz has been a big help. She's the only one that actually got to the bottom of some type of comfortness. But this is ridiculous. It's just, they have my child's face on there as if she's a bully, on social media, on the news. My child is not a bully. I got the same letter stating that there was an investigation and my daughter is not a bully. But that person, we also got a copy of a letter stating that that child is it's a bully. So there's something that needs to be done. Also, I want to address the point other than the bullying, because that's the main issue here, but the safety of our kids. Twice, my daughter was pushed by a teacher, slammed with her fingers by a substitute teacher, and not once did I get a call. My daughter comes with 2 bruised fingers at home, almost crying, and nobody called me. They didn't call me to tell me anything. They didn't even call me about the incident. My daughter texted me. Something needs to be done because our kids are not safe at school. They're not safe on the bus stop. My kids are telling my kids, I say, because my daughter's siblings that go to different schools say the same thing. Her friends are saying the same thing. They tell the adults and people from the school, deans, principal, counselors, and nothing is done. They didn't even know there was a bully box at the school. It's ridiculous, and this has to stop. And I have everything saved on a hard drive of this girl still to this day bullying other students.
The family is too.
And the family we haven't taken it to the police because I've been medically in the hospital in and out, but something has to be done. Something has to be done. Not only for our children, but for Brevard kids. They have t-shirts saying anti-bullying, which is great. # Maya. Maya is not the victim here. Victim is the Brevard students that are actually getting bullied. Those are the victims that need to be addressed.
Thank you. I'm sure that Ms. Diaz is on it, but Dr. Blackburn, if you can make sure that their concerns are looked into, we'd appreciate it. Okay. Next up is Brian Moore, followed by Ron Powell, and then Bob Llewellyn. Brian Moore.
Good evening. I wanted to just take that first opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for leading our community in a time that's challenging and very difficult. I appreciate that. As a father of 4 young children that are in the Brevard County Public School System, all attending Lewis Carroll Elementary there on Merritt Island, I appreciate your leadership and what you guys are, called to do and are needing to make decisions about. So thanks for doing that. I've got some notes here so that I don't ramble. I'm going to try to honor your time. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I did want to address the gender identity and sexual preference situation with the policies that are being discussed and question about a hearing being addressed or not. I wanted to just take the moment and say, as a I actually am a youth pastor at East Coast Christian Center and executive pastor there, and I have been working with young people for the last 14 years there, from middle school to high school age and beyond. And I think there's some concerns that need to be addressed, and that I'd like to just take a second to do that tonight. The first concern that I have is just the vagueness of the gender identity, quote unquote. When we're left to feelings and left to less than concretes, I believe that in the middle school and high school years and the puberty years, I think there's a varying concern that as people wrestle through and they navigate through those years, that things could very, very easily change and very easily become of more concern or less concern. And I understand inclusion. I in no way want to put anyone in risk or in danger when the bullying or discrimination is mentioned. We're about inclusion. We understand the grace of God and the need of it for all of us. And so I do understand that. But however, I don't agree with the necessity to include that in the policy at this time or to be voted on in regard to that. Thanks. Because of, I currently have volunteered at Jefferson Middle School there on Merritt Island, as well as other schools throughout our community. And my concern is not for the bullying of those. I believe my understanding of the actual data is that there's been less than 10 incidents of bullying in regard to sexual preference in this entire school year. And to include that and to call for policy change over what seems, those 10 are very important, and I don't want to minimize those 10. But what I wanted to do is make sure that we are not making safety decisions for the others based on those small numbers. And again, I'm about inclusion. I'm about the care for children being cared for appropriately. And so in that process, I want to make sure that the care for young people who, when left to an instantaneous decision by a middle school, high school, or even below, under the age of 18, a minor, to make a decision about their gender identity and their sexual preference at any given time or any given moment, could jeopardize the safety of many individuals. And so my concern is along those lines. And because of my concern and the right to...
Thank you. Your time is up.
All right. Thanks for your time.
Very much.
Appreciate it.
Next up is Ron Powell. Ron?
My understanding, and certainly the reason I came, and I think many of us did, was to review the bullying policy, in particular some of the agenda that we thought was on and apparently is not on. I'm sorry. I was under the impression that we were going to address the policies. Now I'm hearing that we're not addressing policies. Is that correct? You're merely addressing whether we should have a meeting to have a meeting? Is that my understanding? I'm confused. Is that what we're doing?
It's state law that we do it this way.
Okay.
You could speak to the policy, since that's what the agenda item is. But the law requires us to vote to have a hearing in the future. That's the law. We have to do it this way.
Okay. Well, I also heard you say that there's no intent to change the policy or address the policy. We're basically doing business as usual at this point. Is that my understanding?
No, we're not having a
Procedures?
conversation. This is just talking about, please speak to the concerns about the policy.
I understand that, but you said we were not planning on any changes to policy.
No, I did not.
No? You didn't. Well, I think many of us heard that, so I apologize if I misunderstood you, or if we all misunderstood you.
I'll clarify in a minute.
Let me very quickly kind of jump to my written notes and see if I can perhaps kind of address that, and then we can move the meeting on. Every educator in this room, everybody on the school board, at one point or another, you've been in school, you've taken a test, you've either administered a test, you've taken tests. If you have a wrong answer on a test, it's a wrong answer. If you add 2 + 2 and you say the answer is 6, it's wrong. Any teacher will tell you that. Saying that I feel like it should be the right answer doesn't make it the right answer. It's still the wrong answer. Changes to our policy based on a very small percentage is wrong. You need to address the overall consideration of your district, of your students, and of your schools. We can all agree that discrimination is wrong, and I don't care how you put it. I will support the fact that discrimination is wrong. Telling a boy that he can't go to a boy's room to go to the bathroom because he's different is wrong. That's discrimination. Period. There is no thing. I'm sure there are those in this room that will twist that and twist the agenda tonight. They will twist it quite a bit. But as a society, we need to reasonably accommodate them, and we can do so without a large hit to the budget. Your schools, for the most part, have multiple bathrooms. Most of your high schools have 2 levels. Not all, I recognize, but most of them are 2 levels. By making one set of bathrooms, upstairs or downstairs, east or west, doesn't matter.
This has nothing to do with bathrooms, sir. That's where the confusion, when you finish, I will re-explain.
Okay. Then let me address one other quick thing. I realize my time is about up, so I will certainly
I'll give you a few more seconds.
Let me just suggest to you, Mr. Ziegler and...
Go ahead, no, I was giving you a few more seconds because I
appreciate that.
interacted.
Let me just say that my daughters went to Central many years ago and were bullied by teachers then. They were bullied by administration then. Administration has changed. There's still obviously problems. There's problems in the high schools, and it starts right here, ladies and gentlemen. You have controls of your schools.
Thank you. I will try to clarify again. I understand this is a very emotional, polarizing subject, and there's lack of clarity on what we're doing, so maybe that's our fault for not being clear enough. I will try again. Our policy is a non-discrimination policy. I believe everybody in this room supports no discrimination anywhere. I truly believe that. All we are is changing some verbiage to specify, then clarify what we already protect. Okay, and we'll get to that. This is not, and nowhere in the policy is to talk about bathrooms. Nowhere do we have any intention of changing anything we're doing in our schools. We don't have any problems on this topic. We're not going to change anything. Nobody's asking us to change anything relevant to bathrooms. This is a non-discrimination policy, and that's what we're speaking to. I understand the concerns, but I never said that we were not changing the policy. I said we're not changing our procedures in our schools based on this policy. We have one more speaker before business. Our 10th speaker is Bob Llewellyn.
Hi, thank you. We have been hearing at the workshop on the 26th of last month that the board does not have to change its policies. It does not have to go from an anti-harassment policy to a non-discrimination policy. You have been told that, we've all heard that even though the Office of Civil Rights from the DOE and the EEOC have been arm twisting, that nobody is mandating that you change either at the federal level or at the state level. So I just want to say, we have heard that you are doing a good job with your current anti-harassment policies. And I would just like to encourage you to put this thing to rest and pat yourselves on the back for having done a good job. What we heard tonight was apparently a real exception to the rule. And now that you've heard about it, I believe you're going to act on it in a way that's expeditious and appropriate. So I would urge you to put this to rest, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. The remainder of the speakers are speaking to the agenda item G37, 38, and 39, I believe, and we'll allow you to speak before we have conversation on that item. In the meantime, we'll move forward with our other business, which probably won't take very long. Where are we? And I believe that that's a good point. Somebody, I believe the speaker alluded that we should have taken care of our business during the day, if I understood correctly. Our business has to be done in the public. That is the sunshine. This is our business meeting. We address other issues at the time, so I'm not really sure where that was going, but this is our business meeting. That moves us to the consent agenda, Dr. Blackburn.
There are 26 agenda items under this category, 10 with prior information.
Does any board member wish to pull any of the items? And that, so you could say, hi, me, hi. I have only got two eyes, and they look in the same direction at the same time.
F-19.
F-19.
It's on the, that's the F-19 on the paper agenda, which I believe is the latest, right, ma'am? Thank you.
Is that contractual service? Okay, and Mrs. Belford.
I also wanted to pull F-19.
Okay, let's look and clear. Is that, okay, the dental insurance, okay. Very good. Dental insurance, is that correct? Yes. Okay. Pam, if you will pull that, in that case, I will entertain a motion to accept consent items with the exception of F-19.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Henderson, and any discussion? In that case, let's vote on the balance of the consent agenda. And any minute. Need like a drum roll or something here. Nope. Nope. All in favor, voice vote. All in favor, say, oh, John, is John holding us up again? No, it's 5-0. Keeps logging you out.
Okay, let's talk insurance.
Okay, F-19, Mr. Craig.
So brought this up and basically, as I've talked with Dr. Blackburn, talked with Mr. Langdorf, I am not comfortable with the fact that we have extended the same opportunity to all of the 3 finalists, if they were, for a dental. I don't feel like I have enough information in order to make a informed and positive decision on this item for our employees. In addition, Ms. Belford had asked for some information and some to provide a clear examples of maybe the top 3 to 5 items that were utilized and the cost comparison of those. I have not seen those. And unless somebody else saw them, I have never got those in an email, and that was a direct request from Ms. Belford. So I would ask that we consider, and I won't make the motion yet because I'd like to hear what everybody talks about, but I would like to lay that on the, I won't even use the word, I would like to lay that out before the board so that we can have that discussion now.
We'll give you the opportunity to do what you want to do before we go after conversation. I understand. Mrs. Belford.
Would kind of reiterate what Mr. Craig said. In addition, we had some not last-minute updates, but fairly recent updates during a very busy week for, I think, the majority of the board members, and I don't feel that I've had an opportunity to really digest that new information and make a solid vote on the issue. No fault of staff. It was part of the process and part of kind of what we had asked for, but I think for me personally, it just came at a time between all of the graduations that we had and the end of the school year and all of that. I just haven't had a time to really dig into it in the depth that I would prefer to dig into it to know that I'm making a solid vote on the issue. So my request would be that we postpone making a decision on this item until a later board meeting when we've had an opportunity to really dig deep.
I understand. Mrs. Henderson, I suspect you would like to chime in.
You suspect correctly. I understand all the numbers that came back, but for me, the big issue is that this should have been, this was originally done by the Superintendent's Insurance Committee. And they made the recommendation for one. And the one that's chosen here, only 2 members of that committee actually voted for it. Now that's the one that we want to go with. I really feel that, this committee is put together for the purpose of making recommendations to the board. This committee, these people are a representative of all of our employee groups, from retirement to bus driver, 1010, BFT, everybody, administrators. So it's highly representative. They work very hard and diligently to come to their decisions, and I feel like even though we have this information here, that it should have been taken back to the committee for their review and their recommendation. And for that, I can't support going forward with it.
Mrs. Nisi, you look like you want to jump in. You don't have to. I can do it.
I've learned so much about I've learned that I'm real glad that I don't sell insurance. I'll start with that, number one. Nothing personal to the insurance guys back in the back, but you're in no danger of me coming after your job. I sat in on these. When we first developed these advisory committees, first, number one, they're an advisory committee. Advisory doesn't mean that they make the final decision. They do exactly that. They advise the board. When these committees were developed, years ago, as one of our speakers alluded to, I've been around for a long time. And these committees made decisions that were not on this grand a scale back then. And the last time this committee made a decision on dental insurance, that's how we ended up with Solstice, and that's why we're in the predicament we are now. So I decided I was going to become more engaged this time. And I believe when it's the board that has to make the decision and the vote for what we ultimately go with, then the board needs to become more engaged. And in fact, one of the items we discussed at our strategic planning is what exactly is the role of an advisory group. And the Superintendent's Advisory Committee, I believe, for insurance, we need to reevaluate. I fully appreciate what the Insurance Advisory Group does, but I believe that when it comes to actually choosing a provider, that we need to be more involved, because whether we join that committee or we become more involved, I didn't agree with what the committee came up either, and I think I talked about that at our last meeting. I didn't agree with their recommendations, and because there wasn't a cone of silence, I had the opportunity to talk with Delta. I had the opportunity to talk with Cigna. I actually went out and talked with my dentist. I talked with some of the providers. I gave them a call and I said, hey, what's working for you, what's not? And I've learned, like I said, far more than I ever wanted to know about dental insurance. And so I could be comfortable going forward tonight, but since 2 of our board members are not comfortable going forward.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, you're not comfortable going
No,
forward?
I am, but I don't think Karen or Misty or John.
I did talk with Mr. Langdorf earlier, and I asked him, how bad is it going to make things for him if we put it off for a couple of weeks? He just has to move a little. It's going to put some publications and stuff off. But I actually think we learned a valuable lesson. I think that we're going to be better off. I think because the board did get involved, we got some better pricing. I saw nothing but good things happen because the board got involved. I think when we're the ones that have to vote, and we're the ones that have to ultimately pay for either good votes or bad votes, as we do in all things, I think that to be able to say, well, we're voting for this because this committee told us to do that. We're the ones that ran for this office. We're the ones that have to vote for this. And I'm not going to vote for something that I don't fully understand. So I wasn't comfortable with the recommendation, which is why I said that at the last meeting. So, I know that's why if you need to wait 2 weeks to go back and further look at this or want to do something, that's fine. But That's where I stand right now.
I understand the goal of an advisory committee. The point is that I was trying to make, that, yeah, we don't have to accept their advice or their decision, but we did ask them to make one, and they did make one, and then we would go ahead and do something else outside. Some committee members have said, so why do you need us? So we need to determine whether or not we actually need a committee or not, because if that's the route. The other thing I will say that I was a little taken aback when I received a phone call or an email, I think it was on Friday, to have a meeting with one of these vendors. First of all, I wouldn't meet with just one, and that was the first I ever heard of that. Then I found out that board members had already met with others that I had no knowledge of, so I don't feel like there was a level playing field, if you will. So you had knowledge that I didn't, because we all didn't meet with each of the groups. In addition, we have a third one here that was never asked to reduce their price. And don't get me wrong, Mark, I appreciate the fact that we got lower prices. It is not about that. For me, it's more of the process. And so I was taken aback when I found out that board members were meeting with vendors. This is not our typical, and I understand it was done through Willis, so therefore it's not a cone of silence on the Brevard County, but what we typically do is the board stays out of it until something is done and then brought to the board. And when board members get involved, like I said, I didn't know anything, and they wanted to meet with me on Monday, which is the day before the meeting, and I just declined to do that.
Well, first off, due to sunshine, we can't communicate, but.
No, but they could.
But you always, well, first off, both Andy and I had made it clear at previous board meetings that we were attending these these superintendent advisory meetings, and, you know, you always pride yourself at meetings that you do your research, and so it was my assumption, just like you do your research, each of us do our research too, and that was part of my doing my research is talking to these companies, so I would have assumed you had done your research and done these companies.
Interesting. Okay, no.
First off, address the SIAC. It is not our place to decide whether we need them or not, because the SIAC, ladies, can I get your attention? Thank you. The SIAC, the Superintendent's Insurance Advisory Committee, is formed by the union contract. We don't have a choice. How we utilize that information is up to us. We've already had conversation that we want to hear from the advisory committee. We want to hear from our department head that's an expert. We want to hear from our consultant that we're paying money for. Several years ago, we had this conversation about dental. That was a recommendation of the SIAC. Interestingly enough, you may be surprised to know that our consultant disagreed with the recommendation, but we were shielded from the consultant's thoughts on this. I argued tooth and nail against going down that road and sticking with Delta because of the excessive costs on the backside for our employees. Surprise, we had numerous complaints about the lab costs on the backside. The cost of the, to me, the cost of the premium, while the lower the better for our employees, is kind of negligible compared to what unexpected costs employees could see on the backside. So I have previously, and I still do maintain, my desire for Delta because they don't have any lab fees or surprises on the back end. So while I understand that MetLife wasn't asked to reduce their costs, when we go through a formal bid process where there is a cone of silence, and just for the audience's sake, when this is brokered out, then there is no cone of silence. We didn't reach out to them, they reach out to us, and I believe as an elected official, anybody has the right to speak to us. So that being said, well, that's a sunshine violation for me to say go talk to other board members, so I can't unfortunately do that. However, if it was a full bid process that we went through, directly through our purchasing department, and there was a cone of silence. When they get through the vetting period and they pick their top 2 or 3, then staff can go through a best and final with the vendors, which is sort of what was done in this case. Mr. Craig, if you feel that MetLife needs an opportunity, that's perfectly within your right to. All 3 of these companies are great companies. And I wouldn't have a problem with any one of them, other than the fact that I don't want to see our employees get hit up with unexpected $200, $300, $500 or more lab fees when they go for crowns and things of that nature. I think that's a shock that needs to be avoided. So that being said, I'm fine with moving forward, because even though the prices were dropped, I still have my same opinion about what I think is best for the employees. Out of their pocket savings would be better, in my opinion, with dental. That being with Delta, that being the case, Mr. Craig, I understand what you want to do. You would like to move to postpone to a further date until you have more information. If you'd like to make that motion, we can amend at this point.
Yes, and let me be clear, it's not about a specific carrier. I really could care less which carrier it is. I don't care about the name, I care about the quality and the cost. So it has nothing to do with an individual being slighted. I just don't feel I have the complete amount of information I need to make an informed decision based on last-minute changes, last-minute interactions, that type of thing. And we've harped on that enough. So yes, I move to postpone the question, or postpone the motion until the June meeting.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay. Very good. Do we have a new motion, or it's actually amends the first one to postpone till, I believe it's the June 14th meeting, at which time with more information, we should be able to make a decision, is what he's proposing. Is any discussion on the motion to postpone?
I'll make a bet that all those companies call you.
Can we just clarify with Mr. Langdorf that he understands what information we're looking for, so that he can make sure to provide that?
You can do that now, or you can do that one-on-one with him. Whatever information is the board needs, they should be provided. And hopefully that'll be enough time to get that information.
Does that work for you, Mr. Langdorf? I'm reading your facial expressions and sensing that perhaps we need to have additional comment.
Obviously, I didn't talk to MetLife. I will talk to MetLife and get their pricing. Do you want me to bring back to you pricing from all 3 carriers that would be final? And I can do that by next week.
That would be my intent, yes.
Okay.
And then also the information that Ms. Belford asked for.
I will get.
Thank you.
They're here. I will get the top 10 treatments and
You
pricing.
have to be the top 10, top 5, whatever. So,
Okay.
something that gives us an indication of how the average dental patient would pay across the board.
Okay.
I think that's her intent.
While you're up there, just to clarify, we're not up against the timeline. We have time to delay this till June 14th, correct?
If we make the decision on June 14th, I'll still be able to get the publications together for open enrollment, yes.
Thank you so much for bringing this to us early enough for us to have conversation, not be up against the wall. It's very refreshing for a change.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Glad to do that.
Dr. Blackburn had some.
I was just going to say that, I was going to echo exactly what you just said, in that, you know, it's a pattern we're trying to create, that we bring information to the board early enough and not put your backs against the wall. And I would also say that we can have, in addition to providing information, have individual conversations with board members just to go, you know, even deeper and ensure we have the comfort level there. So,
thank you. Mrs. Belford, yes.
Just one quick comment to Mr. Langdorf, and we had spoken earlier as far as the comparison of the most frequent or most used services, however you want to look at it, between those different organizations, different companies. To the best of our ability, if we could do like-for-like comparison. So, for example, I know we talked about one may have 2 options and one may have 7 options for the same type thing. So to the best of your ability, not ours, because you'll be doing the work for us, if we could have that like-for-like comparison. So I don't necessarily need 50 items for one company and 10 for another. I would prefer to have 10, 10, 10 of the same to take a look at for those most frequent things.
Will do.
Thank you.
They're here, they're taking notes, I'll make sure they do that for us as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other conversation? Let's let's vote on the postponement. of this item? Mr. Craig, I'm beginning to think this is more like user error. We'll have to get you a new computer. Passes 5-0. Okay, we'll bring this back at a subsequent meeting. Okay, that brings us to action items. And yes, we will do our first two. Dr. Blackburn?
Did I hear a change there?
No, we're going to move forward with the first couple
Got it.
items on the action agenda, and then we'll get into the speakers before the policy.
Yes, sir.
agenda
Mr.
items.
Ziegler and members of the board, there are 6 items for your consideration. First is item G35, which is purchasing solicitations.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Belford, second by Mrs. Henderson. Any discussion? Not hearing any. Please vote. Passes 5-0. Dr. Blackburn, next item.
Next, Mr. Ziegler and members of the board, is item G36, which is department school-initiated agreements.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve?
Second.
Right. All right. Any, moved by Ms. Belford, second by Mr. Craig. Any conversation on this item? Not hearing any. Please vote. Passes 5-0. All right.
Mr. Ziegler
At
and...
this time, I've had requests for a break. So we're going to, take a quick, is 5 minutes enough? 5-minute break.
Just 5, please.
Just 5. And we're back to our regular meeting, and we are at the action agenda. We have 3 policies before us that the items on the agenda are to approve a public hearing in July. This item is not to vote on the policies, but you're all welcome to come up and speak. We will allow 1 hour of speaking to address the 3 policies. That's not an hour per, it's 1 hour. I will also clarify, just so that you understand why the limitation. The law requires that we allow people to speak to agenda items. Technically, we don't have to listen to speech on things that are not part of our business meeting, as people alluded to. Let's take care of business. Well, we allow speaking on other things other than business. It also doesn't require that we allow any particular number or any length. And since we've been hearing about this every meeting since February, maybe we'll hear some new stuff, but maybe not. So we're going to limit it to 60 minutes so we don't take up everybody's night. Again, 3 minutes speaking, no profound or slanderous speech, and please speak to the policy, not things that you might think are related. And to clarify, this is not a bathroom policy as everybody's referring to it. This is not going to dictate that anything in our world, in our schools, is going to change procedurally. This is just to recognize a change in some verbiage and a change in the design of the policy. And this is recommended by Neola, which is our national policy consultant. And it also has been reviewed by multiple attorneys to make sure that it is okay. So let's see how many people we get done in the hour. And we're going to start with Scott Wilson. And then it'll be followed by Denise Gove and Tina Kansas. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you for your time tonight. My name is Scott Wilson. I'm the pastor of First Baptist Church in Melbourne, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the members of my church, but also mainly speaking on behalf of my 3 sons, 2 of whom will be grade school age in public school this coming fall. And Chairman Ziegler, both tonight and at the previous meeting I attended on February the 23rd, you've offered preemptive comments stating that, again, just as you just did, that this policy has nothing to do with bathrooms, nothing to do with shower facilities, only involves the addition of 4 words to an anti-discrimination policy. And I'm certainly willing to give you the benefit of the doubt on that you don't intend for these words to lead to a biological boy being able to enter the bathroom of biological female. With that said, Mr. Ziegler and school board members, now that we have all seen a letter coming from our own president administration saying that he intends, and his administration intends, for this anti-discrimination language to end with those ramifications, I would only assume that you would be just as offended as we are at this overreach by our administration in attempting to push this agenda on your school board, our school board, as well as every other school board in the country. And with that said, I don't believe that those of us who think that this might lead to bathroom policy, to shower room policies, are falling victim to a slippery slope argument and thinking that this is where this is eventually going to lead. And so with that in mind, if this policy truly is about bullying, and that is the intent, to stop bullying, I believe that we already have anti-bullying policy on our books. I don't believe that this policy is needed. And furthermore, when we know that what we're doing here is not happening in a vacuum, it's happening in the midst of a cultural conversation that's happening across our nation. And I would think after reading that memo that the school board would have come to the conclusion that you cannot add these 4 words without it leading to a place that you have said yourself you do not intend for this to lead. Those who are pushing this agenda do love to speak in terms of love and hate. And some even claim that those of us who are opposing this policy are, quote, hateful just because we oppose it. We're not motivated by hate. We're motivated by love. That's why so many of us who follow a Savior that told us to love one another are here tonight. We're here tonight because love for our neighbor compels us to be here. We're here because we love the children of this county. We love the boys and the girls of this county. We're here tonight because we love the teachers of this county who I believe largely oppose the addition of this language. And I would encourage you to take a poll and do a survey of the teachers who will be the ones who will have to enforce this policy if it is added. Furthermore, we're here because we love you. And we came here tonight with no malice in our heart. We're here tonight because we love you, because we want to plead with you from our hearts to not do something that will end up leading to negative consequences for the very children that you got into education to protect, to educate, and to care for. I thank you, and I pray God's blessings on you.
Next up is Denise Gove, and I'll remind you that the longer you clap, the less they're going to get to speak, so let's keep it short. It's an hour. The clock's on. Go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Blackburn and fellow board members. I am Denise Salagore, not Gord. I am a mother, grandmother, a 36-year retired school administrator and educator. This is my 3rd go-around and hopefully my last. Bullying is an epidemic problem, and yes, even in Brevard. I am imploring the entire board to do what's right for all our children, and that means our LGBT students too. Let us not be remiss that recently Attorney General Loretta Lynch said school districts that receive funding from the federal government must comply with the law. Educators been seeking guidance on how to comply with Title IX, which prohibits sex discrimination in educational programs and activities that receive federal funding. Also, Education Secretary John B. King said in a statement, quote, "We must ensure that our young people know whoever they are or wherever they are come from, they have the opportunity to get a great education in an environment free from discrimination, harassment, and violence." I am saddened, yet not surprised, that that I know a few board members are against this implementation. My question to you is, how can you take a seat as a school board member and believe in your heart what you're doing is in the best interest of all students, let alone LGBT students? I implore all board members to take your job seriously, look into your hearts, and remember whom you work for. You were elected to look out for all our children, using best practices to ensure everyone's safety from bullying. This is not the time nor the place to worry about future candidacy prospects. If you feel this is against your convictions, perhaps this might not be the best place to hold an elected position. You must be able to have compassion to protect all students. Remember, you are not to be beholden or driven by theology or your personal convictions. You are, however, required to follow the letter of the law. Let me remind you that the Liberty Counsel, who is represented here by one of its keynote attorneys/minister, is known by the Southern Poverty Law Center as an official hate group. The Liberty, by the U.S. government.
Enough.
The Liberty Counsel does not give you federal funding for schools, and neither do our churches. Preachers, ministers, and priests, those bringing Bibles to recite verses in a county building funded by taxpayers, are not professionals in the area of education, nor understand the sociological and psychological impacts of these students. Therefore, we must ignore the fear-mongering, hateful rhetorics. Let us not forget that the KKK segregationists use similar tactics using the Bible as well to propagate hate, fear-mongering, and racism. We are better than this. Professionals as myself, community leaders, and the LGBT community. Thank you very much for our time. Let's safeguard the dreams of all our students. Thank you for you hateful people.
Next up is Tina, Kansas, and I request everybody please respect each speaker so they respect you. Thank you. Tina, Kansas, not here. Then will be Ronnie Myers, followed by Ruth Koffold. Okay, so Ronnie Myers, you here?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate meeting with you all tonight. I tell you what, I've never seen my country so divided. When I fought in 1966 and almost gave my life on the battlefield, I would have never thought I'd see today that our country would be so divided on 0.3% of what other people believe. I am a loving, God-fearing man who has fought for this country, who loves every American that has ever lived upon the face of the earth. We're the greatest country in the world because of its people. But I'm telling you, sir, that I'm telling you from the city to the state to the Capitol to the Senate and the House and the presidency, that the American people are fed up with rules and regulations going against every fiber that we feel when we feel is wrong, that you call us names when we're not. We love you. We do not want no harm to come to anyone because of who they feel like. But you have to remember that 99.7% of America do not feel that way. We must protect our children in the bathrooms or any other place. You must not make a law, because I'll tell you something, the American people are fed up with laws up to here. They feel like they're being embraced with so many laws, and we're being discriminated against because of what we feel and how we believe. It's time for the Americans that fly the same flag be united under the same principles that we all stood for. When I fought for God and country. And everyone here, I love you. I want you to know that. I would die for you tomorrow. But in the same sense, I don't want no male going in with my grandchildren or my wife or my daughters. You must protect all. They talk about the protection, non-discrimination. What about the 99.7% that's going to be discriminated against because of the few? In America, we stand together. If you try to harm someone because of what they're feeling and I see you do it, I will stop you, because you have no right to disrespect that person. But in the same sense, you don't have a right to go into the bathroom with my child and use the restroom as a male and you don't have a right as a female to go in the bathroom with me to make me feel so uncomfortable because I am a male. God made you one thing when you were born. You come out of the mother's womb. If you came out a male, God meant you to be a male. If you come out a female, you're a female. The only one thing that can change that. That's when you die and stand before the Father. And I promise you, He's not going to ask you if you're male or female. He's going to ask you, did you do right when you was on the earth? Did you love one another as I loved you? And people, I'm telling you, if we love one another, we'll respect each other. We don't need laws to put on the books that will cause more discrimination, because I promise you, you can make this law if you want to, but it does them more harm than it does good. You need to put these children under parental guidance to let parents raise them, stay out of parents' business, let them raise their children, and when they go to school, teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, and quit trying to be a social program for everything that we stand for. We've got the greatest country in the world, but please, let's stand for America.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for your service, sir. Ruth Kaufold, followed by John Rhodes and Titus Green.
Good evening, School Board and Superintendent. Thank you for listening to me this evening. My name is Ruth Kaufold, and I'm from Palm Bay. I'm a daughter of the great I Am, a sister of the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm a student of the Holy Spirit. I'm an American of Italian, French, and English descent. I'm a college graduate who obtained a 4-year degree in data processing. I'm a Christian who is a minority in the current day America that is looking at the unfortunate future of Christian persecution. I'm disappointed in Brevard County at this point, allowing this issue to go so far as where it has, because this country was founded on godly principles, the Bible, and that's how it should be measured. So we should not have even gotten this far to have any policy discussed in this manner. As I'm a successful person who did not allow the bullying of others change my upbringing and Christian worldview. I was bullied in college and school, and I did not have to get a non-discrimination policy changed to make that work. So President Reagan recognized these things in 1984 and said, America has lost its soul. Without God, there is no virtue because there is no prompting of conscience. Without God, we are mirrored in the material, that flat world that tells us only what the success perceives. Without God, there is a coarsening in society, and without God, democracy will not and cannot long endure. I encourage the school board not to approve any changes to the anti-discrimination policies and not to move forward with any public hearing. I am also a Sunday school teacher, and the only thing I hear from my students every single week is there has been another fight in their schools. I am very sick of it because I can't say anything to them other than step away. Don't get involved, don't be in the circle, step away. Don't be a victim of the bullying and the fights and things that are going on in the schools. And my parents that tell me that, and I have already experienced it with my classroom parents, is that they're going to pull them. They're going to pull them out of public school, they're going to ask for their money back, and they want to put them in private school, or they're going to homeschool them. So the repercussions of these 4 words could be very, very significant in the future, because as a Sunday school teacher, I see students across all of the schools in Brevard County, and there hasn't been one student that hasn't told me there was a fight that week. So I encourage you, it's not an anti-discrimination issue, it's a bullying, it's a disrespect. Let's go back to the time where it worked. Put the Bible back into the schools, and we will show where the morals exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Rhodes, followed by Titus Green. Is there a John Rhodes here? Titus Green, followed by Stephen Rudisil, and then Maureen Cole. If you all can move to seats near the microphone so we can optimize our time, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Titus Green. My wife and I have 3 small school-age children. I also serve as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church of Merritt Island. And I first want to say thank you for serving in what I know is often a thankless role. I understand these are very hard decisions and very difficult times in which to make them. I also understand that leaders rarely have the luxury of satisfying everyone, and you often feel like your best decisions rarely satisfy any particular group completely. So thank you, and I really mean that, for serving in a very difficult place. As a community leader, I deeply desire the well-being of all of the children in our community, and I mean fully and completely. That includes all those who are struggling with their identity as it concerns their sexuality and their gender. And I also believe that it's incumbent on our school leadership and our school board to foster environments that are safe and secure for those students as well as for their peers. I simply want to ask you, rather than adding to what I feel like were very effective statements by Scott Wilson, that I would urge you to change the course of your direction and seek another action rather than moving forward with the inclusive language of gender identity and sexual orientation as it concerns anti-harassment policies. I want to urge you to foster a dialogue among leaders in our community that include local school leaders, that include faith community leaders, that include leaders from the LGBT community, that we would actually seek and find what I believe to be our effective and workable solutions that best represent all of us, because we know we are facing very real problems in our schools today. So please consider our comments, and please, I do beg that you would listen to the reasonable voices that are around the table that deeply desire to be a part of very workable solutions that we know are out there, and to avoid the Pandora's box of new and overly inclusive languages and policy changes that we do not believe are necessary. Thank you very, very much for your time, and we are praying for your blessing.
Thank you. Stephen Rudisil? No. Maureen Cole? Oh, Stephen?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the school board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your interest in hearing from the community. My name is Stephen Rudisil. I'm 29 years old. I've lived in Brevard County for 27 years, and I've attended Brevard County Public Schools. We're discussing so-called sexual orientation and gender identity. I just want to mention some objections. First, I believe it's unnecessary. There's a perception that individuals are facing discrimination due to their so-called sexual orientation and gender identity, but I believe this is generally false. We heard earlier tonight that there were 10 episodes in our county. I mean, that sounds like a very low number to me, although those cases are all a big deal, certainly for those individuals. But bullying does exist in schools, and it exists for many reasons, okay? It's ugly, and it should be handled. We've seen in our history what true discrimination looks like: verbal abuse, physical abuse, denied service, physical segregation, all without recourse. We do not justify this treatment for anyone for any reason. We do not turn a blind eye. Bullying has disciplinary consequences, even if there is no clause about the specific reason in the anti-discrimination policy. Second, and most importantly, I believe, it puts our children at risk. We know that youth are being molded as they grow up. They mimic what they see their friends doing. Children naturally explore their environment. They need direction and boundaries. We should give them direction by letting boys know that they go into the boys' restroom because they are biologically different from girls. Gender is objective, not a choice that one makes about themselves. If we can choose what gender we are, why can't we choose our perceived age? A 15-year-old could say, I'm a 21-year-old and I can drink. Don't discriminate against his perceived age. Birth date and gender are both objective and not up for interpretation. If we allow and encourage the curiosity to explore sexuality at a young age, we're going to have much bigger issues. Allowing boys to go into girls' restroom and vice versa is an invasion of privacy and a safety concern for all of the children going into their proper restroom. We cannot know for certain how far the negative consequences would even reach. I understand we're just talking about adding it to that anti-discrimination policy, but this is much like a foothold as a climber puts their foot in and they reach higher, and this is how this agenda is pushing. It is a foothold that would reach higher, and that's dangerous. I do want to strongly discourage adding these terms to the school board's anti-discrimination policy. Please do not do this. Please do not continue further meetings to discuss the possibility of doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Cole, followed by Ed Pryslek, Gina Duncan, Angela Barton. Maureen,
Hi.
go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maureen Cole, and I've lived in Brevard County for 21 years with my husband and 3 sons. And they've been through the school, and they did awesome, and now they're working, and they're doing very good. And I'm retired now with Health First Hospice, and I always work with people and their families, and I love helping families take care of their loved ones. Now that I've retired, I'm active in the community. My husband and I are the head of nursing home ministry, and we do out of our church. We go and we visit patients and everything. I've been to these meetings now for 3 times, and I have not spoken. I've only listened. I do not hate anyone, and I disagree with this bathroom policy. My little granddaughter, she's just starting the school now in the public schools, and she's just, you know, she used to be in the holy name of Jesus, and now she's going into the public schools. And I'm just like concerned about her. And to tell her, you've got to share a bathroom with someone else. My mother made me, when I was a little girl, my mother would always keep me in a room, with my sisters, and we would change, and my brothers couldn't go by the door. She always watched me. And I said, gee, my mother, who was an Irish Christian Catholic, she just wouldn't believe that I'd be standing here now in 2016 discussing this. I just want you to know that I've experienced it, and when you experience it, I was at the Health First gym in Vieira, and I walked into a bathroom. Now, I'm a nurse's aide, and I've seen many people, but when I walked in, this person who was transgender was walking around completely naked and didn't care about me, didn't care about nothing. I felt uncomfortable. If I feel uncomfortable, how would my granddaughter feel? So I just thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'll say it again, this is not a bathroom policy. I understand you think it's a slippery slope, but this is not a bathroom policy, nor is there any intention of it dictating a bathroom policy. Ed Pryslek, followed by Gina Duncan, Angela Barton. And we're moving pretty good. Hopefully we'll get everybody in.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler. To paraphrase Oprah Winfrey, if you feel it in your gut, then you know it's wrong. We've looked at the wording, we've heard the wording, we've seen the wording, and we do not necessarily go your way, sir. This is the way we Brevard Countyans view your intent to permit individuals to change their biological identity in our schools. As I have mentioned previously, these individuals have a right under our Constitution to live however they wish. However, we do not recognize their right to special treatment and rules at the expense of the rest of us. If they choose to live outside the bounds of acceptable societal behavior, they must learn to cope with what they have chosen. Each of us has to cope with things that we overcome along the way. Going beyond LGBT demands, I next see 12-year-old Janie wanted to be with 45-year-old Roger, and Roger with Janie. So now we come to that pesky word we keep seeing in here, identity. Most of us think we know identity, but wait, the government has redefined the word to connote the right to identity choice. So what's next? Well, the feds step up and say, Janie and Roger have the right to choose their self-identity, and you, states, local government and bodies, accept or you lose government funding. We've heard that come up in this meeting already. Now everyone here is saying, BS, you, meaning me, are a whack job. Really? How many here thought a few years ago that we would be freely allowing men into girls' restrooms, locker rooms, shower areas, and vice versa? You heard it right here. So what is happening, ladies and gentlemen, is a gradual move from law over here to anarchy over here. The firewall, excuse me, please, between the bedrock of our moral principles is being inexorably moved toward the belief in the quicksand of human infallibility. Nowadays, you hear not only separation of church in the schools, but separation from church and state. And I'm going to leave it at that. I do beg God's mercy on us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina Duncan, followed by Angela Barden and Mark Miller.
Dr. Blackburn, board members. My name is Gina Duncan, and I am the Transgender Inclusion Director for Equality Florida, the state's largest LGBT advocacy organization, and I am a proud transgender woman. I rise in support of the passage of moving this forward, a policy to protect all of our students and faculty against discrimination. You know, I've always believed that we have a purpose for being on this planet, to make a difference in someone's life, or perhaps to make a difference in many people's lives. Call it fate or destiny. This is one of those moments for you. A time when fate has put you in exactly the right place at the right time to change many lives. And as fate would have it, you have a choice to do just that. I don't think it was a random event this past week when U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch made it crystal clear that public schools are required to follow Title IX and Title VII in respect to transgender students' rights, including using the bathroom that matches the gender they live every day. School boards across the state are trying to do the right thing and have taken proactive steps towards embracing and protecting all students and faculty. You know, last week in an emotional and historic moment, the Attorney General spoke to the transgender community, saying, "We see you, we stand with you, and we will protect you moving forward in everything we do." You know, in passing these inclusive non-discrimination policies, you would be making such a difference in so many lives without infringing on the rights of anyone else at all. Today's the day. Fate is tapping you on the shoulder, asking for you to do the right thing, something that could actually save some of these students' lives. Seize this moment to protect our LGBTQ students and make Brevard County Schools an inclusive and welcoming place for all. Brevard Schools should be a safe place for all of our students and for faculty, free from bullying, free from harassment, and free from discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Angela Barden. Angela Barden, followed by Mark Miller and Tammy Blanchett. Go ahead.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Blackburn. I'm Angela Barden, Vice President of PFLAG, which is the Parents, Friends of Lesbians, Gays, and Transgender. I'm a sister of I'm the sister of a lesbian. I'm an aunt of a transgender. I'm the mother of a lesbian. I'm the colleague of many LGBT people in our community. I spend a lot of time with the LGBT youth in this community, as many of you know on the board. My daughter and a lot of those children are not here tonight because they cannot take any more of this. My daughter, who many of you have seen many times at this meeting, was in tears tonight and said, "Mom, I just can't do it," which is heartbreaking for her because she wants to be here to represent her community. And you know that. I know some of you know that because you've met her. She couldn't come. There are children in the community that feel this, what's in this room today, every day. They don't need to hear the words, they feel it. There's a key, we talked about graduation earlier, attendance being a key factor to graduation. These kids can't even come to school because this is what they face, this tone. It doesn't even have to be said. It doesn't have to be bullying right out. They know they're not accepted. And by adding these words, you're showing them that they are accepted. A gentleman got up here tonight and said, you can't add these words, sexual preference. Well, a preference is a blonde or a brunette. This is not a preference, it's an orientation. It's the way they were born. They're not picking a blonde or a brunette. I'm tired of people. Get informed. If you're going to come in here and speak, be informed. Gender identity, sexual orientation, not preference. The world used to be flat. Blacks couldn't drink at a water fountain that I was at. They had to sit at the back of the bus. We have the Liberty Council here. Are you kidding me? I'm tired of coming here and listening to church. Tired of it. This is a school board meeting. My lawn is dying. It needs attention.
Mark Miller. Mark Miller, followed by Tammy Blanchett, Bradford Cole.
Well, good evening, board. My name is Mark Miller. My family been here for about 20 years now. Many much more eloquent than I have said a lot of things, not just in this meeting, but previous ones, right? How it's going to increase the division amongst groups by elevating one group above another. Slippery slope, Pandora's box, details. There's no trends in the school to support a need for it or in our community. City councils have said no, so if it's not right for our city, why does it need to be included in our schools? Lots of things. But tonight I want to come to you as a parent of two children who are in the school system. My youngest daughter fits into this perfect standardized student mold. Beautiful, and I loved watching her walk across that stage as she graduated elementary school last night. And while she did that, all I could think is, how could we as adults do anything to increase the risks to our children? She's already anxious enough about what lies ahead for her in middle school, as I just heard from Central, where she'll be going, on drugs and gangs and bullying and sexual pressures that already exist. Is this just another straw on the camel's back? But what I really want to speak for is my other daughter, who does not fit the mold. She doesn't. She has some behavioral issues due to complications at childbirth. She, too, was born that way. On the outside, she looks perfectly normal, perfectly healthy, but she's different. She was bullied. She was ridiculed. She was labeled by the students, by the teachers, and by the staff. So I understand firsthand how it feels to be the parent of a child that doesn't fit in, that just desperately wants to be accepted, that wants to be loved and appreciated for who they are. I understand that sense of helplessness and hopelessness. And my heart cries out for the parents of all of these folks here, whether it's LGBT or any other discrimination that they've got. But the rules and the regulations that would have prevented that from happening to my daughter are already in place. They don't need to be updated. Rewriting the rule book just creates further division amongst the groups. If we really want to help the LGBT kids and all those that are being discriminated against, let's enforce the rules that are already in place. Let's instill some discipline into the schools. And that goes for parents too at home. Raise your kids, right? Prayer always helps. I agree with that. But provide help for the educators, sensitivity training to students, But above all else, increase your communication to the parents of the kids that don't fit in. It's bad enough that your kid is having to go through it, but to go through it alone and feel like you're all helpless and there's no options, no one told us what to do in the situation of our daughter. No one told us. Increase the communication. Make options available. I don't know if it's counseling or whatever. I'll leave that up to you guys. I'd love to have more time to talk about that. But passing this certainly is not going to solve the issue. It is not going to resolve the issue. It's going to increase further division, and that's it. So I'd ask you not to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Blanchett. So Tammy Blanchett, followed by Bradford Cole and Tim Kreitzer.
Okay, I don't know how you guys do this, but thank you for what you do. I do appreciate it. I had given you all a packet that I think each one of you have up there at the front, and it is my hope that you will take that information and read it on your own time to help you make the decisions that are very difficult ones to make. I don't envy your positions at all, but I'd like to say that there really is truth that works if we're willing to accept that truth, if we're willing to look for that truth, and then stand on it for the reasons that we need to stand on them for. And that is because when you move away from truth, you start opening up a lot of problems. What I'd like to do right now is just read the cover letter that I have in each one of those packets for you. Dr. Blackburn, I have yours because I didn't realize you were going to be there, and I wanted you to have a packet as well. So when I got here, I tried to print out real quickly the same packet that they've got. And what ended up happening is when Pam copied them for me, she didn't get the second side. So I would have only given you half the packet. And so what I'm doing instead is I gave you my packet, which has all the highlighting and the scribbling on it. So I apologize for it looking a little sloppy, but I wanted you to have the full information. So when we're done with that, I'm going to give you part of the letter because I didn't get the second side of it. You can get the letter completed from any one of the other school board members. So I'm going to read it off of my cell phone. Okay, to each Brevard County School Board member as a current tax-paying citizen who helps support public schools, and having had my children attend public schools in this county, I have a valid platform from which to speak to the school system concerning Obama's recent overreaching federal mandate into making the school's bathrooms transgendered at the state level or stand losing federal monies. Now, before I go any further, I do understand that you are not going to be addressing this issue right now, which is exactly why I gave you the packets, so that you have some information to help you make better educated decisions. As a parent of a child who is now an adult and who came out as gay identified towards the end of his high school years, I was suddenly at that time faced with needing to learn about the issue like I never thought I'd have to, so I could more wisely learn what I needed to do as a parent for his best. Those of you on this school board who are parents can understand, appreciate, and agree with that position, I'm sure. I believe each of you would have done no less. What I learned did not square at all with what has been pushed in the politically correct environment of today. It is this disparity of information that I want to address directly with each of you today. But first,
Thank you. Your time is up.
What?
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. Well, the letter is with you guys, okay?
We have that.
And,
Thank you.
Yes, you do. Thank you so much for taking time.
Next up is Bradford Cole, followed by Tim Kreitzer.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the school board, Dr. Blackburn, Mr. Ziegler, thank you very much. My name is Bradford Cole. I've been a Brevard County resident for over 21 years. This is actually my third time at the school board meeting for this issue. I want to start off by saying this, that the Word of God is what made this nation great. The Bible says, let God be true and every man a liar. And I think of men like George Washington, who would be rolling over in their grave right now, who trusted in the providence of God. And then this is where this nation has gone. And we need to stand up for God's word. We need to stand up for God's word.
Everybody please calm down or we'll have a recess. Please continue and keep it down, please.
And these attacks against God's word are weakening this nation and the morals of this nation. We don't hate people. The Bible says that love rejoices in the truth. Love has something to rejoice in. It rejoices in the truth. And it's the truth of the Word of God that sets you free. And we need to be defending God's principles and God's word in this nation. It is a moral issue to pass this bill. It is also a safety issue. I have a niece who's 10 years old. I do not want a full-grown man dressed like a woman following my 10-year-old niece in the bathroom. Okay? Because that is a major safety issue. How far are we going to go before Pandora's box is opened? And now we have men in the women's locker rooms and the safety disaster has happened. We need to be standing up for what's right. We will all stand before Jesus Christ one day. And we will give an account for our lives. And this is a moment of faith. The faith is this, is that we will stand for Jesus Christ. And you will give an account for your life. Make sure you're on His side. I would vote no to this policy.
Thank you. Tim Keitzer. Is there a Tim Keitzer? Tim, followed by Derek Hayes, and then Scott Wall-DeSouza.
Thank you for your time today, Superintendent Blackburn and board members. I'd like to explain why the 3362 harassment policy changes should not be advanced to the next step in the process, which happens to be a public hearing. I agree you are not directly changing bathroom policy, but you are changing discrimination policy and what teachers can legally say. If you permit me, please let me show how your policy changes in 3362 allows any student, transgender or not, it really isn't the issue with these changes, any student to use the same locker room and shower with any other student in the school facility, whether they identify one way or not. Even more, if that student is questioned by any teacher by asking them if they are transgender, then that teacher who asked the transgender nature of the student, simply by asking if a student is transgender, that teacher has now violated 3362 harassment policy, and the teacher is now subject to disciplinary action. This new policy prevents anyone from asking the transgender nature of anyone, even after any type of incident has occurred. For example, if a senior boy, transgender or not, goes into the locker room and starts to shower, the boy needs to say nothing in his defense and will be allowed to use the girl's shower as often as he likes. I repeat, the boy needs to say nothing in his defense, nor needs to identify as transgender in any way, according to your proposed policy. Here's why. According to Policy 3362, under the section of sexual harassment, under the prohibited acts that constitute sexual harassment, Section D clearly identifies sexual harassment as, quote, unwelcome verbal expressions of a sexual nature. If a boy, transgender or not, undresses in the girls' locker room, and if anybody, the teacher or principal, if they ask that student if they are transgender, and that question was unwanted by the student, then that teacher or principal has now committed a, quote, unwanted, unwelcome verbal expression of a sexual nature. Because asking a student's transgender nature is now of a sexual nature, according to the changes in your new proposed policy. This is under Section D of the sexual harassment section. If a teacher or principal ever asks about the transgender nature of a student, even after any type of incident, by simply asking, that teacher or principal is guilty of sexual harassment and should face immediate repercussions according to your new policy. Also, if this is approved, I believe you've already know the next step that will be asked of you by the community. It will be, please stop discriminating against our transgender students. You need to allow them to use any facility they determine they need to, not just student facilities, but any facilities available to teachers, coaches, and board members.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, that was Tim? So next is Derek Hayes. Is there a Derek Hayes here? Then Scott Wall D'Souza, followed by Edmund Monin, and then Lee Proctor. Go ahead, Scott.
Good evening again, Dr. Blackburn, board. I do like to thank you for not only acknowledging that there was some lack of policy updates since the previous time when the board's actual bylaws require those updates to be done every so often, and you guys use NOLA, which is one of the most renowned policy programs in the country to keep in line with, and they do protect you as a school board by giving you information and giving you direction of how policy should be written. And what you've done and what paperwork has been done here, which quite a few obviously in the audience have not read, because it's all read. Literally the entire policy has been updated. Every single inch of it has been updated to protect every single student as excellence as its standard. So I just like to point out a couple of things. One, this policy also protects teachers. My husband is a public school teacher, and I'm very proud that he is an extremely successful public school teacher, two-time Teacher of the Year at 2 different schools in your system, and has done very, very well. So that one I'd like to say is awesome. Secondly, you also have added in marital pregnancy, which why would we ever not want to have why would we ever not want to have education for a pregnant young woman? That actually was not in your policy previously. So those are things that are already added in here that is in addition and just added benefit to protecting all students and treating all of them with excellence as a standard. So I would appreciate you to bring this to the next hearing, the next level. That's all we're asking is for an open door policy discussion. Let's bring up the questions. Let's talk it out. Just like I heard another gentleman this evening from a church that I have been to in the past. We just want to have an open dialogue. And I think the dialogue is now open. And I appreciate it if we can bring this to the next point, which is the hearing, so that we can go ahead and keep the dialogue open. Let's find out where these red marks, since the entire thing has been changed, let's find out where all this red paper actually means, because you've already spent thousands of dollars on it, all right? You might as well keep it going at this point and at least hear it all the way out. So thank you very much for your time. You all have a wonderful evening, and thanks again to all the community of Brevard County.
Thank you. Edmund, followed by Lee Proctor and John Arrigo.
Good evening. First of all, I'm not a hate monger. I'm just a person who has different moral values and beliefs. And I hope you respect that. I've attended every meeting. I attended the workshop. The message was clear to me every meeting I went to, but yet it seems to have fallen on deaf ears. I was ecstatic when I heard we were going to have a workshop. We're going to take the great minds of this county, put them together, and find a solution to this situation. I was amazed it wasn't even on the agenda. We didn't even talk about it. So I'm going to make it short. I come here every time and I look at your mission statement. It says, serve every student. And I believe that. And I want us to take that and I want us to find a solution that fits everybody. We're in a situation right now where what we do for one person, I think negatively affects the other person, and vice versa. There's a solution out there, folks. There's a solution out there that fits everybody. And I believe we can make that work. But we spend day in and day out and day in and day out arguing about the same things. Let's take 15 minutes and find a solution. For that reason, I don't think we're ready to vote yes for the policy changes. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lee Proctor, is it Lee here? No, John, I know John's here, then Daniel Wall D'Souza, then Ken Delgado. That's probably going to put us right up against the wall of 60.
John Arrigo, Brevard County, been here for 16 years. 3 beautiful children. I've been to Titusville High and also Rockledge, so I was in the Brevard County school system. I want to thank you guys again, like everyone else, for being here, having us here. Friday the 13th was a scary day. The Obama administration, what they said, and then hearing what Desmond, your office had quoted, Brevard County Public School, said it will have no change in its behavior. That was like, okay, I really don't understand that. What does that mean? So I contacted some of the board members, and they say that they really don't know what that means. That only represents himself. That didn't represent the board. So then I got even more confused. So we are here today concerned about the inclusions of the words sexual orientation and gender identity, and the removal of the word sex throughout the school board policy as recommended by Neola. I went to the board workshop, and Neola wants to remove the word sex and input the words sexual orientation and gender identity. I want to encourage the board members, all of you guys, to say no to these recommendations by Neola. The word sex that is in question of being replaced pertains to 2 genders, male and female. The word gender identity pertains to 50+ different genders. Dr. Blackburn, you were endorsed by churches to help get your position as superintendent. Why do you not hold the same moral views? I found out you came from Broward County, where schools are passed out guides called Schools Transitioning to LGBT. Inside these guides are policies specific to bathrooms and locker rooms, the term gay and lesbian, bisexual, transsexual for kindergartners to 2nd graders, and a different definition of the terms for 3rd graders to 12th graders. Dr. Blackburn, it seems like your goal is to change the behavior and should be noted. I am urging all people who are listening to push to remove any board members who agree with these inclusions and these terms. To date, Dr. Desmond Blackburn, Amy Nisi, who is very anxious, obviously, to see these words sexual orientation and gender identity included before you leave the board. Misty Belford, who was also endorsed by the churches, does not hold the same moral views to date. And Andy Ziegler, who continues to claim that this policy has nothing to do with bathrooms or locker rooms. It's time we stand up and question who we want on our board, representing our tax dollars and children. Andy Ziegler stated to me last month in a personal meeting that today in a Brevard County school, a boy is allowed to go into the girl bathroom. The teacher has to clear the bathroom stalls, stand guard as the boy uses the bathroom. Really? I thought this wasn't about that. Why should we have people on our school board who don't listen to the citizens, parents, and teachers of Brevard County? Every one of us probably pay big school taxes in our property tax. People of Brevard County, if our school board members agree with the changes, it's time to remove these members.
Time's up, John. Thank you. Daniel, followed by Kenneth Delgado.
Good evening, board, Dr. Blackburn, and everyone that's here tonight. Today was the last day of school. I finished my 13th year, so lucky 13, educating the students of Brevard County and doing the best I can at that. I'll caution you as we move forward through this process that, you'll have communications from folks and they'll want to tell you to do things this way or to do things that way. Just look in your heart and do the right thing. People here are being kind of fueled by this Liberty Counsel, and I had to do some more research on it. And it's a group that specializes in evangelical Christian litigation. I didn't even know that was such a niche market, which tells me that they're creating these issues to bring before you, to bring up for litigation. I've been booed before here, and as a public school teacher, I wish that you wouldn't do that because I'm speaking on behalf of students and staff, but we'll move forward. But listen, the Liberty Counsel actually barred or encourages the barring of homosexuals from being in the military. I'm a veteran. I served overseas in a time of war. It's like my friend here that was a veteran. And I find it ironic that this group that I was overseas fighting for, to give them the liberty to speak and to have free speech, we're kind of turn on that now. It's a sad state of affair. The Liberty Counsel brought in $4 million with its 40 employees last year. So some people say that I'm part of this well-funded LGBT organization agenda. I'm not. I'm a school teacher. I'm a resident of Brevard County. I don't meet in my secret bat gay cave and plan these meetings so I can come here and railroad things. That's not what it's about. The Liberty Counsel still opposes gay marriage, and I hope that my marriage hasn't broken yours down at all. I hope that we see through the years that I've been happily married that your marriage hasn't been affected by that. So just keep that in mind. This is a group that's listed as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Association. I didn't make that designation, they did. Let me tell you about frivolous litigation, because that's a topic that people bring up a lot. There was a little library in a small town, and they wanted to incentivize kids to read. And so Harry Potter was big at the time, and they got the kids together and they gave them books. And if they finished reading the book about Harry Potter, they were giving a certificate of accomplishment from Hogwarts, which is the big school that's taken in the books. They were sued. They were sued by the Liberty Counsel because the Liberty Counsel claimed that the library was promoting witchcraft. So keep that in mind. I'm a Bostonian. I live near Salem. We worked this out hundreds of years ago. Don't find yourself in a witch hunt, okay? So just do what's right and do what's by your heart. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Welcome, Kenneth.
Appreciate you too.
We got 3 minutes left on the clock, sir, and they are all yours.
Thank you. Something we haven't discussed since you've heard everything else, as well as some stories that I don't agree with, but moving on. We have a sociological dilemma here, obviously. There are three types of political or governmental types. The first one is theonomous, and that would be a law of God, where the Word of God is so embedded into people's hearts that everybody thinks the same things in all categories. Those are the things that we would say that these truths are to be self-evidenced. Obviously, that's not our culture here. The next one is heteronomy, which is another law, where moral culture is determined by those who are on top, and they force it on the rest of the people, the few dictating to many. I'm sure no one wants that either. I think today what we have in our culture is an autonomous type of government. Self-law. Each person determines their own moral stance, which basically I think is what we have today. There's a problem, however, that we're facing right here. And the problem is that though we say we have an autonomous type of law, that all of a sudden when someone disagrees with the other person's position, we go back to heteronomous and have their position dictated the few over the many. And that's the problem we're having today. Today we have created a fire that didn't need to be there. We have created a fire in a building that didn't need to happen. How did it happen? Well, when we've already covered every situation, everybody here wants no one to be bullied, but we've created a firestorm, and now we are trying to place 4 words and dictating that moral stance on the rest of the people when in reality, it's not necessary. Why? Because all of us wants to stop bullying and not try to establish a heteronomy style of a government where other people are dictating to the many their stance of what they think is right. Let's keep it autonomous. If someone wants to live one style, I think that's fine. Everybody has that free will capacity to live their life as they want before them, before their conscience, before them and God or no God. That's everybody's choice. But let's not enforce something on the rest of the people that nobody really wants, or at least 96% of the people. That's all. Just don't pass it. No need to. We're covering bullying. That's what we're interested in.
One, two, three, four. We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You guys want to hear the rest? We want to stick to our hour? I think we need to stick to our hour.
Let me ask you this, in the discussion, how many people left because they figured they weren't going to fit into the hour?
That's true,
That's
too.
true. That's
Right.
true. Okay.
I think if we hadn't stated an hour, by all means.
That's true. You're right.
Right.
That's why
Okay, that's the hour of speakers. I do owe an apology to two people that who had something to speak about that was not this CTE, Current Technology Education, and so we will have those two additionally if they want to speak. If they're here and want to speak on CTE, they can speak to CTE after we finish our agenda. So moving forward, we are on G37. Dr. Blackburn?
That moves us to item G37, which is to authorize the superintendent to advertise for a public hearing to approve the recommended revisions to Board Policy 3122.
Hey, what are the wishes of the board? A motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Belford, seconded by Mrs. Nisi. Is there any discussion? Mr. Craig? You first want to say yes.
All right, I will keep it pretty short. First of all, the word agenda is thrown around quite a bit. Let's not bully, but there are agendas on both sides of this issue, whether we like it or not. And so accepting that is the first step in figuring out what is the right thing to do. And trying to navigate between those agendas to make sure that we do what's right for our children and our employees. So to me, I start without the emotion, without the agendas. I try and look at it from a legal standpoint. The oath of office that I took, what laws that I are sworn to uphold and defend as part of that oath, and what my job description is as far as what I'm allowed to do and what my role is in the public school system. So when I look at it that way, I say first, are we currently in line with federal and state law and language? Because that, to me, is the first thing that I take an oath to do. It's to the state, obviously, but we use federal funds, so we do have to look at federal law. And yes, we use the exact same language that both the state and the federal government use in their discrimination policies. Exactly the same language. Second question I ask is, do we utilize recognized definitions for all protected classes? We went through this in the workshop. We absolutely utilize the definitions for all protected classes that are used by the federal government. And those are more expansive than what the state says. And I have no problem with that, because that truly means that we are broadening the definition as provided to us by the laws of both the federal government and the state government. And then the third question is, does the district actively look to prevent discrimination and bullying of all students? And this is one of those where I would say yes with a caveat, because we don't do it extremely well. We are trying to get there. I know that Dr. Blackburn has a plan for our disproportionate discipline issues in this district. I'm confident that that will take effect. Are we ever going to be at a zero bullying rate in our schools? Absolutely not. We will never be there. With the amount of students we have, we can't get there. But it doesn't mean that we don't set that as the goal. We do not ignore it and just accept at whatever percentage it is. We look to get to zero so that we ensure that our students are protected to the best of our ability. When I look at then, do we comply with the law? Yes, we do. So when I view those three questions, there's no reason to go any further without further legal guidance by the state or the federal government. And this is where I will segue with the recent Dear Colleague letter from the Federal Department of Education, because I truly believe that it actually enforces the idea that we really need to let the federal government and the state government figure this out, because we are not a rule-making body. We are a policy-making body that tries to do the best thing for our customers, who are our students and our employees. So the U.S. Department of Education Dear Colleague letter was reviewed by both of our attorneys that were present at the workshop. Mr. Bowling's response was to say, keep exactly what we have, even with a directive, or whatever you want to call it, a Dear Colleague letter from the federal government. His exact thing was, keep what we have because we don't know where this is going. Yet when we asked him his opinion, and he provided it at the workshop, his opinion at that time was, change the words because I think I know where it's going. So to me, that is exactly opposite of what he said during that meeting. Mr. Beislein has also said that it is an uncertain state of the law, and he recommends to continue with the present practice. This is regards to the Dear Colleague letter. So as you compare that to where we are absolutely at a legal crossroads. And I know that there are at least one board member that is concerned about the federal entitlement money, whether that's for Students with Disabilities Act or wherever that federal money may come or be applied to. Nowhere have I found a single case where the lack of expansion of the federal government's already proffered term leads to any sort of legal action or any sort of Dear Colleague letter that recommends removing funding, because we are following exactly what they say. Now, if we weren't, absolutely, they could come and take money, but we are. We have exactly their words, and therefore, I believe that we need to let this play out where it needs to play out in the court system, where it's obviously going. We are doing our very, very best to protect every child. We have the language in place to do so. Do we have the procedures in place? That's up for debate. I think we are working in that direction. And certainly we need, I think, to wait until we have that specific guidance to decide where we're going to change policy and or procedure to make sure that we protect each of those individuals. And I don't care, I take the LGBT out of it, I don't care who it is. We need to protect every student and utilize the resources that are available to us and that are given to us by law to ensure that we do so. So that's where I stand. I was not elected to interpret law. I was elected to serve on the school board.
Mrs. Belford.
So I'll start by saying that I absolutely agree with Mr. Craig's interpretation of the current legal requirements for language in the policy. I also agree that there are absolutely agendas on both sides of this issue, and that we can't make decisions based on anyone's agenda. We have to make the decisions that we feel are in the best interest of our students. I think where I start to look at things a little bit differently is, as a board, our responsibility is to set policy that provides direction for our employees. And many, many times it's been discussed that our policy may create a slippery slope, may open us up to lawsuits, may do all sorts of horrific things. The bottom line is that the lawsuits that we are seeing are not because of non-discrimination policies. They're because of actions that are being taken by individuals within the district. My concern is that, especially given all of the occurrences of late, it becomes even more clear to me that we have got to give direction to our team that these elements that we're recommending be changed in our policy are elements that they must be cognizant of, that they must be thoughtful about, and that we have to take into account in order to serve both our students and our employees. As we have said numerous times this evening, as far as procedures that are going to be put into place, I think there is way too much ambiguity at this point with directives coming out of different places. And because of that, we have said we're not taking a stand on procedures at this point. We are going to continue to do, as far as our bathroom policy, our locker room policy, our overnight policy, we have no policy, I'm sorry. As far as our procedures on those issues, we're going to continue to handle them on a case-by-case basis because there isn't clear direction. My concern, and the reason that I feel it's important that we make the changes to the policies, is because we need to send that direction, that message to our team that these are issues that have to be top of mind at this point. Regardless of my personal beliefs or your personal beliefs, it's very clear that people are watching the actions. And so as a board, the only way that we can the way that we establish expectations is through policy. So I believe that we need to make the changes. We talked about enforcing rules which are already in place, and Mr. Miller talked about that issue, and I thank him. And we absolutely have to do a better job there. But where we start with providing direction as a board is through providing policies. And then we task our superintendent and our staff with developing appropriate procedures to support those policies. I feel as though, although there is no clear direction, as far as those procedures, I feel as though we need to make sure that we are giving direction to our team that we need everyone to be considered. There was also a statement made about dictating a moral stance on the rest of the people, and that there were lots of references to majority. And I would love to be able to sit up here tonight and tell, tell all of you that there's a clear majority on this issue. But I can honestly say to you that I have heard views on both sides of this with equal intensity, with equal numbers of people on both sides of the issue. And so I just want to make sure that when we are contemplating this issue, that we understand that there isn't a clear people in favor of the policy outweighing the people who are opposed to the policy, or vice versa. There is a significant amount of feedback that has come back on this. And I will also tell you that there's a significant amount of misinformation that has been spread on this, which complicates the issue. And so I assure you, I can't speak for my fellow board members, but I have spent an enormous amount of time contemplating this issue, seeking input from various individuals in our community, seeking input from religious leaders who I have a relationship with, seeking input from children that are in the schools. And I promise you that I take the situation, the decision on this policy change very, very seriously. It's not something that I'm entering into lightly. But I do feel that if we don't provide that direction to our team as far as keeping these issues top of mind, that we are going to open ourselves up for issues, and that's the last thing that we need to do. So while I commit to supporting procedures going forward that will keep all of our children safe, that's not really what sets the tone. Our policy is what sets the tone initially. And I will absolutely commit to work within whatever power I have to make sure that our procedures are there to support all children, not remove rights from anyone, not put anyone at risk. But I do feel obligated to make sure that we are sending a message that we are here to serve all students.
Mrs. Nisi?
I don't even know how to follow that, Mrs. Belford. Very well spoken. First off, I just concur with everything that you said. This has been a very difficult decision. I have talked to numerous people, numerous community members. I have read absolutely everything that people have sent me. I know Mr. Delgado, I communicated with you a couple times. I know you responded back to me this afternoon and said I'd already sent you an email, and I replied back and I said, but I wanted you to see the email that I have read everything. Everything that people have sent me on both sides. I have talked to my own minister and other spiritual advisors on this. There are issues on both sides. You know, the students are in the back of the room are really heavy on my heart. I've talked to several of you on this issue. The other issue that I want to remind several of you is I look at these different categories, and I ask you, you know, especially those of you that are very strong in your faith, especially the gentleman here in the front row with your arms crossed that keeps shaking your head at me. If I were to pull out the word religion on this, several of you here speak about God and your faith, but you are a protected class. Imagine not having that protection. And for those of us in this room to say, but imagine not having that protection and how that would feel for all of us in this room to say, we're just going to include that as a part of bullying and how that would feel. Or imagine another category here. I see that we have marital status. And imagine that marital status.
We listen to you. Please listen to us.
And imagine marital status not being there. You know, there's another category here of military status. And imagine military status. It's a protected class, but imagine if we said, you know, that's not going to be there. There are several classes here, and, you know, I look at that, and a lot of the things here, you know, are here that weren't once there at gender. You know, I remember the days, and, you know, I try not to consider myself that old, but, you know, I grew up before Title IX when we had the girls' gym and the boys' gym. And in sports, the girls got the uniforms that the boys were tired of, and they got the new uniforms, and the girls got the ones that were left over. And thanks to things like Title IX, those things are now fair. And some of those protections are the reason why those things are in here. And so I think back about why things have changed. And it used to be that teachers couldn't be pregnant in the classroom because we didn't want kids to think about sex. And, you know, now we have pregnancy in here. You know, you kids in the back wouldn't, you know, we don't want you thinking about sex, and if we put a pregnant teacher in the classroom, that might cause you to think about that. And so, you know, a lot of these things have changed, and I know I'm rambling, and Missy, that's why you speak before I do.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at a lot of these things, and, you know, I struggle with this because it hasn't affected my family personally, but just because it hasn't affected my family personally doesn't mean it shouldn't be a protection. And some of your stories in the back of the room have really moved me. And some of the hateful messages that I've heard on my personal phone and the emails I've received really bother me, that if people are still so hateful, that tells me that there's groups of people that need to be protected. tonight's vote is not for the policy, but to put it out for public hearing. And what my hopes are, let me finish what I have to say. What my hopes are is I know that a legislature has asked for Pam Bondi and for the state of Florida to weigh in on this. Because we have 67 school districts that are being pulled in the same direction that Brevard County is. You know, this should not be pulling our community apart. I look at all of these people in this room and that are watching, and I imagine what we could do for our children as if we were working together as opposed to at each other. So I'm hoping that Pam Bondi and the legislature and the state will take this over and decide what they want us to do so that we can focus on what we do best, which is to educate children. But I'm going to be supporting moving forward for the public hearing so that we have time to see, hopefully, the state weighing in. But for Misty, all the reasons that you've said, for all the reasons that I've weighed in, but I believe that every child, as this sign says, regardless for all the reasons that are currently in the policy and for all the changes that we're looking at adding, deserve an education without any form of discrimination.
Mrs. Henderson. I might have to set a time limit for you.
You might have to. However, I just want to make a few comments. There was something mentioned down here about miscommunication. I think part of the miscommunication about this policy is definitely the board's fault for not making it clear early on what it is we were going to do, and specifically what this was going to look like in the classroom. I think if you remember back in February, I said until we make clarity for our parents and our students and our principals, this is going to be an issue, and we did that because we didn't clarify it to begin with. And I agreed with what you said, Mr. Craig, but I disagree that the only way that we can send a message to our teachers and principals is by changing the policy. You know, and it has been stated here before, over and over again, that our principals are doing a good job handling this situation in our schools. So going back on what Mr. Craig said, that it is, you know, we're doing what we can do. The teachers have been doing a good, or the principals have been doing a good job in handling this. Now, over the last several months I have spent lots of time in the community, not specifically because of this issue, but because I was out there doing what I need to be doing. I came across thousands of community members, and probably about 1,200 to 1,300 community members I have spoken to over the last several months. And it included not only community members, community leaders, students, district staff, school-based personnel, and the interesting thing is that probably 75% of the time, this subject came up. So where do you stand on this? What is it you're doing about that? Tell us more about this policy. What's it going to look like in our schools? And that is on everybody's mind. If we go back to the principals, you know what, I spoke to the principals early on, back in February, to many of the principals who do not support this policy revision. Currently, the principals take steps to address the individual situations. They know their communities, they know their student body, and feel strongly that administrative procedures could easily be modified to ensure consistency throughout the district. When talking about district personnel, they concur with the principals. And the resounding response from district personnel is that principals have been working with families and a change in policy is not necessary. District personnel have been told, you are here to support our schools and our principals. Consequently, we should listen to what they have to say, and since they're closest to the students and the issues, we should be supporting our principals. I've gone beyond listening to the vocal groups here that address the board. I've spoken directly to students regarding this issue. I've taken the opportunity to speak with a variety of students, straight, gay, lesbian, and transgender. The overwhelming response of the students that I have spoken to in my district is that the change in policy is not necessary and it's not going to help the transgender population or their peers. That is what the students are telling me. After, then you go out and you talk to your students. After walking the neighborhoods from West Melbourne to Rockledge, and after speaking to nearly 1,000 residents, I have a clear reading of the pulse of the community. Please understand that not one citizen that I spoke to, and I said probably about 750 of them or more, that did bring up this issue, not one said that they wanted us to change this policy. The voices of our community are overwhelmingly in support of not changing the current policy. And I don't know where you guys, I mean, maybe my district is different than your district, but I've got to tell you that out of the 1,200, 350 of the people were in your districts. So understand that it wasn't just people in my district. You all said you've been out there talking to people, but we are clearly getting two different messages from our communities. A school and student issue that has not been addressed by this board is when parents do as they have stated, transfer their kids out of our district into private schools or homeschooling, where they will feel safe and unafraid. What happens when a school does not meet projections and they lose whole or part of a teaching unit? Are we as a district going to be able to provide the extra costs so that we don't lose art, music, band, or that we don't have 35 kids in our classrooms because we're going to lose a teacher and we need to have 35 kids in a core class? We need to know, we need to make a commitment to our schools, to our principals, to our students, to our parents, what that's going to look like if that in fact happens. The argument that was stated earlier from the attorney at the workshop that, we need to change it because this is coming, that's really not compelling for me. To make an important decision because we believe it may become a requirement does not reflect sound judgment and decision making. A change in policy should be a result of an overwhelming message indicating it is needed. I have not heard that. We've all said, every single board member has said that this district has been taking care of that issue. We are going to have bullying and harassment in our schools, unfortunately, and it's not just because of this issue. For years, school districts all over the state have been clamoring for local control. Our parents and our community members want us to have local control as well. The last thing our community wants is for board members to ignore their voices. Why would we knowingly disregard the thoughts and feelings of a majority in our communities? Again, I'm talking about the community as a whole, not just a small vocal group that comes to our board meetings. By voting no, I'm representing parents with children in our schools, parents with young children who will be in our schools in the upcoming years, single adults, married adults, grandparents, retired citizens without children in the area. Repeatedly, I hear an overwhelmingly no in response to this policy. I have been crystal clear and consistent in my message. I can support administrative procedures being updated to ensure that the principals have the same message. I can support our principals to work with students and parents to provide the best services in their schools. I can support teaching tolerance and respect. I can support our current policy that protects all student and employees. With the revision of administrative procedures, we can tell our community, our principals, our district school teachers, school leaders, teachers, staff, and our students what this policy will actually look like in every school. Perhaps an administrative procedure is not a priority to all board members at this time. However, it is very important to me and has been since we started this conversation, the community, and to all the people who willingly discuss their thoughts with me. I want them to know that I listened, and I want you to know that they expect and deserve clarity on this issue. They do not want this policy change. And in addition, as we have seen with the Obama administration and the executive order, first of all, it's not a law. With the groups going to the governor, going to Pam Bondi, going to the FLDOE, that we should just let this play out and see where it comes. I think this is a bad idea at this time.
Okay. Let's, please. So, I guess I get to wrap up this before we vote going forward. And I appreciate everybody here agrees that no discrimination whatsoever should be tolerated. I think that's universally agreed upon. However, I'm a bit confused. Of course, I'm always confused. I'm a guy, right? So I'm a bit confused. If we refuse to accept discrimination, why is there a problem defining what it is we won't allow to be discriminated against? I don't, I'll be honest with you, I get the slippery slope thing. I don't want to go down that slope. I don't have anybody asking for any specific rights. I won't allow one person's rights to trump another person's right. We all seem to see eye to eye on a lot of this. I see eye to eye probably with all the board members up here and a lot of things they said. Mr. Craig is 100% right. There is no requirement that we change this policy. And I've dwelled on that for a long time, that our current policies cover everything through implication, not through specificity. However, the confusion in the air right now, where we have said repetitively, this is not a bathroom policy, and I know you think it may go in that direction. I hope it doesn't. I won't tolerate that either. But the confusion makes me ask a question. If the confusion is in the community as to whether or not what this is that confusion maybe exist in staff and in our student population, such that maybe we can clarify through specifying a little more accurately what it is we all agree that we don't want to discriminate against.
Don't you
I
want
would like
discrimination?
to thank, Mark, your name was mentioned already. I want to mention it again because he brought up some very good points that were very accurate, is that the policy itself doesn't help stop discrimination or bullying. That is a separate issue of how to address that. I was bullied and I was discriminated against when I was a kid. I know the feeling. It's a terrible sinking feeling to go to school and think any of this could possibly happen to you. What is the solution? And he also stated some of that is training, communications, and working together. And that's procedures. That's another issue. But I think it's important that if there's confusion, and I'm telling you, from sitting up here, there's confusion in our community, that we need to clarify what it is we all agree upon. And if we all agree upon it, why can't we state it? I don't get that. So I'll tell you right now, the threats, we get other people re-election or something like that, that's fine. I'm certainly have no political aspirations. I'm not going to make a statement to get re-elected, because actually on most of the things we make decisions on, we pretty fairly upset somebody, a large group here or there. It's going to happen. It was the hardest part of the job. I came on the job hoping to make everybody happy, and it really pained me not to. And once I got used to the fact that I can't make everybody happy, the job got a lot easier. And I'll just accept the outcome of whatever happens. We're up here, I know every board member up here, in their heart, cares about serving every student, cares about serving those that they represent. Is there a right answer on this? I don't know. But right now, the conversation or the decision is to move forward to a public hearing. I will tell you, based on the confusion that I am getting from all over, not just in here, on this topic, I am now more dead set in having clarity in our non-discrimination policy. But I will also promise you all that I will not support allowing anybody's special rights to trump another person's rights. That's a separate conversation. Nobody's asking for it. I don't want to go down that road. So I am separating. I understand some of you don't agree. That's fine. I'm sure we'll hopefully agree on a bunch of other things. But right now, I am going to support that moving forward. And whether it's only 10 incidents, I'm sorry, that conversation really bothers me. You want statistics? I don't want to see a single statistic. I don't want 11. I don't want 12. I don't want a single statistic. I don't care if it's just one. I'll stand by the one. I'm sure all of us up here could go on. And like I said, I know we all care, and I know you all care. And at this point, unless there's any other conversation, I think we need to move on authorizing the hearing. Yes?
This isn't to add to the conversation. This is actually just a board request then, because I see where it's. I would like, and this is, I guess I'll ask Dr. Blackburn and Mr. Langendorf if you can do the research on this. But one of the issues that, or one of the things that is mentioned is the warranty that Neola gives. Specific from their website is that the attorneys ensure Neola policies comply with all federal and state requirements and are otherwise on firm legal ground. I need definition of what firm legal ground is in relation to this policy, because they are the ones that provided the language, yet I need to see where, you understand where I'm going? I need to see where the legal connection is, because that is part of the Neola warranty. I want to know where the legal footing is that they're using, because maybe I've missed something, and I'm sure I have, so I just need to see it.
Okay. And to clarify, the recommendation is to authorize the superintendent to advertise for a public hearing to approve recommendation revisions to policy 3122. And I believe that will be coming back July 19th. I don't see that in this particular motion, but I believe it's July 19th.
Right over the summer. Clever.
Over the summer. Great. I thought we were all going to take a long vacation. Yeah, thanks. Okay, well, in that case.
Which will be a daytime meeting.
Therefore, everybody, if there's no more conversation, please vote. John? Next time we'll switch computers. And if we switch computers and you still have a problem, say no more. And it passes 3-0, 3-2.
I have
Thank you. To clarify, we did not pass the policy. We are approving a hearing. And I am going to say these things obviously over and over again because I want there to be complete clarity and understanding of what we're going to do and what we do as we do it. A lot can happen between now and July. That brings us on to the...
Can I say something?
Sure.
Just so you know, I really think this is a bad timing, doing the summer, huge policy like this when everybody's on vacation.
Okay.
Just from my perspective.
Dr. Blackburn, I believe the next item is G38.
Item G38 is to authorize the superintendent to advertise for a public hearing to approve the recommended revisions to policy 3362.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Any conversation? I guess we've had it all. Then please vote. John, you holding us up again? There it is. 3-2. Again, we did not pass the policy. Next item, G39, Dr. Blackburn.
That moves us to item G39, which is to authorize the superintendent to advertise for a public hearing to approve the recommended revisions to Board Policy 2260.01.
The grievance procedure, what are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Any conversation? Hearing none, please vote. Passes 3-2. Okay, Dr. Blackburn.
Item G40 is to hold a public hearing to approve the recommended revisions to Policy 2421.
I declare a public hearing now open, and anybody wish to speak on Policy 2421? Anybody want to pop up and speak on 2421 specifically? Got to clarify what I'm asking. Okay, not hearing any. The hearing is closed. What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Any conversation? Yes, sir.
So I guess I'd ask Mr. Langdorf, why, again, can you explain why the new definitions that you have recommended are not in this policy, just to make sure that we're all on the same page?
This policy was in the middle of being updated without that language in it. It will most likely come back to you in the future with the updated policy language.
Right, I just wanted to make sure we had that out.
Okay.
To remind everybody. Thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate it.
Anybody else? Not hearing any further conversation, please vote. Nope, we have passes 5-0. Okay. That brings us to the information agenda, which includes items for board review and will be brought back for action at a subsequent meeting. No action will be taken on these items tonight. Dr. Blackburn.
There are 11 items under the information category.
Does any board member wish to discuss anything on the information agenda? Mrs. Belford.
H40.
H40 what?
H41 through 50. Totally kidding, guys. Lighten up the mood.
I was like, okay. Wow. It's like you're in trouble.
Yeah, that won't go unnoticed. We'll figure.
This is totally inappropriate for me to say, but we got to get her back some way, somehow.
Pancakes.
All right. Seriously, folks.
Pancakes for you.
Oh, you're going to get on my pancake thing again. Thanks. Hey, I didn't even start this. You did. Okay, if nobody has any items on the information to discuss, that brings us to staff reports. Are there any staff reports? No, not hearing any. This is a place for additional public speaking, and there were two people that wanted to speak on CTE. If they're still here, Jonathan Katz, or I'm always going to get this name wrong, Vida Panikas. No, they're not. They're not here. Oh, there's. Okay, nothing on. Okay, thank you. I did see the CTA. My apologies for not seeing that before. So, that being the case, board member reports. Any board members Mr. Craig?
So I just have one quick thing. I discussed this with Dr. Blackburn, and I want the board to be aware of it, simply because as many of you know, in my Navy career, in my reserve job, I still am deal with emergency management, and I'm in charge of the Navy's emergency management outside of the bases throughout the Southeast. And we just finished up the hurricane drill that was specific to the Navy bases. The Florida hurricane drill for the state happened last week, as well as the Florida National Guard hurricane drill. So I asked Dr. Blackburn to in the next, probably in the next couple of meetings, it may not happen the next meeting, to give the board an executive level overview brief of the hurricane, not just hurricane, but either pre-planned or excuse me, known an advanced disaster or an immediate disaster response, specific to continuity of operations, succession planning, communication, and how the board will be interacted with during that time. As far as reconstitution plans, kind of depends on where we are in the school year, whether or not we reconstitute at a specific area, but certainly there needs to be at least some skeleton plans in place that give us an idea of how we're going to move the operation forward. I think it's important that this board, especially since Florida has not had a hurricane in quite some time, and according to the models, the salt content is high up in the north. I've learned a lot in the last few years, and the water is much colder off the Atlantic or off the Africa coast than usual. So in the Atlantic basin, at least, we shouldn't see any rise in the number of hurricanes. But that doesn't mean that one hurricane doesn't come and hit us. So we need to be prepared. I think it's incumbent on us to understand where we fit in the process, where the communication lines lay, and so I've asked him to do that, and hopefully in the next couple board meetings we'll have that executive level brief. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? I think that's a great idea. I was, way back, I was assistant fire chief in Melbourne Beach back in the 80s, and I went through the hurricane planning for Brevard County. I'll tell you what, level 3 or better, I don't want to be anywhere near the place. That really scared me quite a bit. And as assistant fire chief on the beach side, the crew was supposed to be the last one out, but the timing and the model showed that we wouldn't make it over the bridge. The water would rise before we got everybody out. And also a level 3 or higher, depending on where it's hit, will actually clear off all the buildings off of the beach side. You've probably seen all that. It's pretty scary stuff. So while I don't know how we would protect against that, we do need to understand our plan.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so that our people understand the plan, and so that hopefully we could help educate people on the importance of getting out of Dodge when you need to get out of Dodge. When we get one of those, there are going to be a lot of serious injuries with that. The only thing I wanted to add to reports is that because there were some speakers on the corridor busing issue, I have done some preliminary questioning into what that might look like, and so that it's on this recording for anybody who may want to look. A couple things that I did learn is, number one, that the amount of labor in order to provide corridor busing is just over $1 million a year in labor. We would need about at least 32, maybe 40 buses to bring it back that we don't have. That's probably as much as $4 million. So it's, and on top of that, I even asked, well, what if we lease them? They said, well, buses are made to order. They don't even know if they can drum up 40 buses by the end of the summer. So the challenges to assist in this are overwhelming, but we are having the conversation to see how we do believe in providing access to choice and trying to figure out if there's any solutions to the problem or any solutions to the model. So this is not a situation that's going unnoticed. And I just wanted to throw that out there. And Dr. Blackburn has already got some ideas spinning in his head. Yes, sir.
I appreciate you bringing that up because Dr. Blackburn and I had that same conversation, and when you state those numbers, I'm just asking for my own edification, are those numbers based on the level of service that we provided up until we ended it? Okay.
Right.
So
Right,
we're looking
changing
at
the level of
yeah, so we're
service
looking
might-
at a variety of different, I know Dr. Blackburn's looking at a variety of different
Right.
options. I just want to make sure that when somebody hears those numbers, that's based on the old level of effort.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think outside the box.
Yeah,
As
exactly.
far as, can we form a leasing corporation? Could we lease the buses if we could find them? Can we do a partnership with the parents? They pay a little bit, we pay most of it. I mean, I think it's illegal. Yeah, well, I'm still thinking outside the box because of.
In addition, the transportation that was eliminated was for all of our choice schools and some choice programs. There was still other programs that were not included. So if we put it back, we might want to consider, because there's a lot of other programs that were not included. I don't know how they got,
I don't know
pick
how it
and
was
choose
decided
Chosen.
either.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know how that happened, but it did happen over time. So, we took away from the 5 big schools and a handful of other schools, but there's more programs that we didn't have.
So it's, the situation is not going unnoticed, and while we don't know if we can solve the problem, we're talking about it. So that's all I have. Dr. Blackburn, grace us with some words of wisdom, would you please? Put you on the spot.
I'll try, Mr. Ziegler, but I will say that in addition to everything you just said, that is one of our 20 objective profiles in our strategic plan, and that is to increase access and opportunity to our programs. The elimination of the corridor busing certainly negatively impacted access and opportunity, and I feel comfortably speaking for R.B. Creech back there and Stephanie Archer and several other staff members that we're visiting other districts, talking to our colleagues, and our minds are wide open to access and opportunity options in the future. Next year will be a planning year, and we hope to at least start with some piloting, if not, small implementation the following school year. In addition to that, I know the board is aware that effective today, a private resource that some parents were accessing, School Wheels Direct, will no longer be providing that option to our families. There was, a concern around getting information out to families regarding another private entity. Had a chance to talk to Attorney Beislein. There is a way with his direction and support that we can create some disclaimer language and still facilitate distribution of information, at least to those families. So if it pleases the board, we'd work with Mr. Beislein and start facilitating some of that communication.
Sure. Anything we could do to help? Excellent. Those were words of wisdom. Thank you.
It's really good news.
Yes.
Because we just want to give them the information and they can make their own decisions. But there's been some parents out there working really hard on that.
Okay, if there's no other further business to come before the board, we are finishing just before 10 o'clock. Meeting adjourned.